Stocks drifted to a mixed finish on Wall Street. The S&P 500 slipped 0.2% Wednesday from the all-time high it set a day earlier. The Dow added 263 points, that's about 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite lost 0.8%. SpaceX sank 13.6%. Elon Musk's rocket, satellite, internet, and AI company said it was stepping up its spending on artificial intelligence. Disney climbed 3.6%. The entertainment giant reported better results, including a big box office haul from its latest Toy Story movie. The price of Brent crude was little changed at about $79 a barrel. Treasury yields slipped in the bond market. Yield on the 10-year Treasury fell to 4.61%. That's in New York.
More news at apnews.com. I'm Mike Hempel, AP News. KGUA FM, powered by Glimpses Movies. Former covers from Super Typhoon Body. GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with any of the brand. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $400 in account credit. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 76 fuel gas card. So make a difference of time. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you. Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Deals Sales Event. For a limited time, store prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $49,195. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STS, or weather-quick XL2. All bags are same capability and innovation on the Ford Thunderbirds. Look for all stock, let's go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tremont. And get here to look and shop online at triplejford.com. Customers first.
Half a day with Home Care and Parents and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Helen Holmes and I approve this message.
Happy Day, Guam! The Guam Restaurant and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and tasting clubs. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Guam 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details. Today, I'm Senator Joe, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Senator Joe, and I approve this message. Good. Getting things done. Wave 105 FM. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show on this Thursday, August 6th. This is the BrightSide right here on Wave 105. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Brian Connectless once again. Monday through Friday, always a pleasure introducing this gentleman, the host of the show, Mr. Pauly Suba. We do want to thank our sponsors, Killing Clinic, while improving more life-based food and memories happen here. Micro Pack, of course, sound, pack, and everything in between. Think Micro Pack. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford to save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. At GTA, we start with you. Welcome to another bright side, even though it's not so bright outside, right? Moss, wet day.
very wet out there. Dangerous too, right?
Yeah.
Please look out for each other.
I was, I was at the gas station, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, man, there is not one inkling of sunlight. It's nothing but gray. And I'm like, man, I like it. It reminds me of Washington State.
Yeah. After a while, though, it just gets old.
Yeah. But, during the summertime, Washington State, it becomes beautiful. You smell the pine, and then when it's the fall,
the foliage.
You see all, like, the yellow leaves coming down and everything. I mean, here in Guam, it's just wet and dry. But, I'm not going to complain. It's been hot, like, right after the 2 typhoons. And this is a welcome reprieve, pretty much.
Yeah, just continue to look out for each other. That's the whole reason why I want to reach out to the president of the Mayor's Council,
Yes, I'm going to get
Mayor of PT, because there it was a landslide, or I'm not sure if that's all been cleaned up. I saw photos of what it looks like on Nimitz Hill, Route 6. It looks like it's on the side going down to Marine Corps Drive. So we want to see if we can get an update from the mayor of PT, Mayor Jesse Alley, right? And so I know that we were supposed to listen in on another session from the legislature at 8:30 this morning. And so when I tuned in, it only lasted about 4.5 minutes because Senator Chris Dueñas said that they had to cancel today because there were a number of things that needed to happen. One, the 20th anniversary of the Korean Airlines crash. Right off you have to get up to Nimitz Hill to take that road to the memorial. And so from my understanding there was a memorial service again to honor those who lost their lives in the Korean Airlines crash, and then also to pay respects to their families and those that were there to provide first response, right? And then, from my understanding, based on what Senator Chris Dueñas said, was there's also a Committee on Rules meeting today. So I believe that's happening as we speak. Yeah, Vice Speaker Tony Atta has called for a Committee on Rules meeting for the month of August, right? So they are going to be introducing bills on the session floor sometime next week or the following week, right? And so we'll find out at 2 p.m. or once this starts which bills will be debated on in the month of August. And also at 3 p.m., the airport has their own board meeting. So that's why we didn't have a special session or continue to have that conversation on bailing out the airport today. I believe that will start again tomorrow, and at least from what Senator Chris Dueñas said last night when they recessed, was the goal is to finish this up at the end of this week, so Friday, because on Monday they are going to entertain the governor's budget bill that's being sent back down. So that's Monday morning. Do we have him now?
Yeah, we have him now.
All right, we can go to that. All right, so once again, we're going to be hanging out with the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. And so other mayors don't even try.
Don't even try
to take that championship away from him.
And then on top of that,
I mean,
don't even try, to even bald your head, because he is the sexiest bald man on Guam. Aside from 64.
Hi, Ade. Sigils Mossy. Thank you for the campaign, and thank you for the vote.
I appreciate, we're just going to get right into it, because this can be a very serious conversation, a landslide right along Route 6, right? And I saw some photos. There were boulders on the road.
Yeah, there are boulders on the road, and that's kind of how, I mean, this is kind of, I don't want to say it usually happens.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something that we're used to.
Okay.
DPW was good at helping us, come to our aid quickly, and then of course GPD came out to direct traffic because I don't know if you're familiar with Route 6, but that's like Raceway Park over there.
Okay.
So yeah, they often speed on that road, and it is quite dangerous. But it's being cleared up now. The large boulders have already been removed.
Okay.
And DPW is still up there clearing up, the rest of the debris. There's a 1-lane closure or 2-lane closure, but it's good. They're doing it quickly.
Sure.
But if the rain persists, there'll certainly be other areas in that on that strip that are just ready to fall. It's something that I think I don't know what we could actually do, but there is a sign there that we have to be careful about falling rocks because typically that we experience that from the hillside on Route 6.
Are there any nets or anything like that along the road, along the edge of the cliff?
No.
Okay.
No, there aren't any. No. I have not talked to DPW about any kind of mitigation in that manner. But typically you stay away from that. I mean, especially in crazy weather like this, you just don't drive down that way, and
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just got to be careful. So I think most of the residents know that live up there. And then, of course, the people that work at JRM or travel through JRM,
right.
they would know it. Otherwise, you don't really have any business on Route 6.
Okay, so maybe I'm looking at the photo wrong. I thought it was the vet cemetery sign, no?
Yeah, it is a cemetery. It is a cemetery site. It comes from down to from Teague Cemetery coming down to Route 6.
Okay, so I mean, there's Nimitz Towers there, right? And that's the only way to get up to.
Oh yeah.
So obviously,
you can get home through
the other side.
I don't know. I'd say 50% actually come up through San Mahina.
Okay.
50% come through Marine Corps Drive. So or Veterans Cemetery area.
Okay, and what's on the top? That's the Teague Cemetery, right?
Yeah, for the most part, it's
okay.
Teague Cemetery. Most of that area is Teague Cemetery.
And are they doing any kind of? Because I know that they are expanding Teague, and so is any of that anywhere near the cliff line?
Yep, it's right up to right on the cliff side there. The expansion area, the part that is, what they're expanding is right at the edge there.
And the only reason why I bring it up is because we've had horror stories over in Manilau by Marble Cave when they're doing some paving on the top of a cliff, and they weren't properly mitigating and protecting what was down below, and Marble Cave completely destroyed. And then we know the Palisades construction, right, that may or may not have affected Marine Corps Drive. That's still to be debated on, right? Who's at fault for that?
Yeah. So, and it is actually the entrance to Nimitz Hill Estate is really where that expansion portion is.
Right.
That's kind of where the landslide is further down.
Right.
So it's not the actual. It's not right at that actual area where the expanded portion of the cemetery is at.
Yeah.
If you're familiar with it, there's a TPA. There's an easement up there. That is where they have the transmission line, and so then that's where GPA has access to a whole area up there that is gated, and that's actually where the landslide actually is coming from that portion. So there's no, I don't believe there will actually be any graves in that area, but I know it's access, GPA has access to that area for their line.
Understood. And so you were saying that it's somewhat common, or it happens every time we get some of this torrential rain and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it does. A lot of the rock, I mean, when you just have these kinds of rains, something like that's going to happen. I mean, it hasn't been that bad in a while. We have a few rocks that usually come down and some mud that we typically can handle, but this time around, it's, needed DPW, needed heavy equipment. So, but yeah, that is what it is. And like I said, you're right. I mean, there should be a bigger plan for that entire cliff side there because it is government property for the most part. I know that there's some federal property there that's closer to the school, down towards Jose Rios Middle School.
Understood. And I know also the Korean Airlines Memorial service took place today, right?
Yeah, that's on the opposite side.
On the opposite side, yes.
Yeah. I was not able to attend.
Okay.
I had some important meetings that needed to be from the council side, so I could not make it there. But yeah, they had it at 10 o'clock today. I know that people call us all the time, and it's gated, so you're not able to access the site without permission. Yeah, so it's typically open for the morning time today, usually on the morning up until about 12. And so we assist as much as we can with logistics, and if we can, I know that some other mayors help out too with other equipment that's necessary for the ceremony.
It's a trek to get there, but they paved the road all the way to the entrance where the obelisk is, right?
Oh yeah, it's not really paved.
Oh, it's not.
No.
So I know it's like a windy road that gets you all the way to the entrance point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is paved in the area, but it's not a fully paved road.
And there are parts where it's just one lane, right?
Correct. So it's just not, Benavia allows people to visit, but it's not open every day.
Understood. You can see the memorial from the road when you are going back towards the Maina area. You can see the memorial that they built. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Right. You could see that as you take that, as you go head down the hill.
Right.
Right. Yeah, you can. Correct. Do you remember that crash?
I was just a child.
I was actually on the air when the news came in.
I still remember the paper, though, of Governor Carl Gutierrez holding the little girl.
Yeah. I remember I was in high school. I remember that though.
Today is the 20th anniversary memorial. Is it the actual day or is it just the memorial?
I believe it's. I want to say it was August 8th back in 1997, or August 7th, probably around one of those. Yeah, it was 1997.
Right. Well, I just wanted to touch bases with you, Mayor, and make sure everything is okay. When I saw the landslide and I saw some photos, and like, okay, those are some big boulders and whatnot. And I was also looking for your meeting. Isn't that supposed to happen this week?
No, it's next week.
Oh, it's next week.
There was an announcement.
I missed
it's
it.
next
Sorry.
week Wednesday. Yeah, it's next week Wednesday. We just have to move it back 1 week. Hopefully it'll all be okay.
Okay.
We were hoping actually that a budget would be passed, but it wasn't. So yeah.
Okay.
So before you go, Mayor, are you okay with the budget that was just passed by the Republican majority that the governor vetoed? And will you
As it relates to the mayor's council of Guam?
Yeah.
Yeah, as it relates to the mayor's council of Guam, I mean, it isn't everything we asked for, but when you talk about, we talk about money and how much we have and how much we don't use.
Yeah.
I'm always concerned about sharing and making sure that everybody has, a piece of the pie.
Sure.
And in this case, we asked for $19 million. In the budget that they passed was $18 million. So there's $1 million difference.
Yes.
Does the $1 million, will the $1 million affect our operations? It will, but could we live with it? For sure. Okay. Is it more than what we've received in other years?
Yeah.
It's definitely, it wouldn't have been more than this year in fiscal 26, but in every other year before 26, it would definitely be more because all the other years we've either received $14 million or $16 million.
Right.
So, we got used to a little more money this fiscal year, and if in fiscal 27 the $18 million is passed, then we'll work with it. I think my big issue about it is it's an election year, and so everyone was trying to throw the money at us after that happened. So when that happened at $18 million, of course, I was asked, is that enough? And I'm going to say no.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. We still need our million. So now everybody's looking for how much they're going to give us. And that's kind of where I'm a little, I'm not really cool when everyone wants to just throw the money at us and saying, oh, look, we got you. We're the savior. We're gonna give you X amount, millions more. They want to do that. Yeah, and then really for me, it's just like the Gita grant, right? The 15,000. I'm probably the minority in it, and I don't want to sound like I don't want the 15,000. But man, how are we building better communities, and can we really show it? Island-wide, because we need to be responsible for the money. We need to be, good stewards of these taxpayers' money because we're so used to everyone just throwing us the money and telling us, look, we're helping you, but are we helping Guam? Are we helping our communities? And what are we doing to drive this economy that, I think we really have to take a really good look at what's going on. When we look at tourism, we look at the military buildup and all this money that we're talking about through the military buildup and into the community. So for me, it's like if we're building stronger communities and we can see it, it's tangible, hey, throw it all to us. But I think that we do need help.
Sure.
We need help planning. We need help making sure that what we're doing is, is proper. And I mentioned the Gita grants because Gita is, they help us drive this economy.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Gita needs to give us a little more than just money. Maybe they need to give us some technical assistance and technical expertise to help each office create a plan, create a stronger community. And I say that broadly because I don't know what a stronger community is for every other village. But could it be, increasing and sustaining good sports programs with our facilities? And that's what we could use the money for. But do we have consistent sports programs? Do we have consistent youth programs and programs for our Manamco and programs for families? And even our culture, even our Chamorro language and our history. How do we drive the economy with it when we have such we live in a beautiful island, we have a beautiful culture, we have a beautiful heritage, could we use it to our advantage? And that's all I'm saying is, could we do more with this money?
Well, there was this initiative, right, that I remember Director Teresa Ariola was talking about, like satellite office with public health at the mayor's offices. Did that ever come to fruition, or we only talked about it?
No, we talked about it, and of course I had that's one of the things that I was hoping would happen was that we would do that, and of course I'm not sure what else happened with it.
No execution.
No, yeah. So that's really what I mean when I'm saying a stronger community is we don't want to just do the same things over and over again because this money is going to run out. Certainly there are QCs that Gita will be entertaining and there's more money there, but perhaps that's because of the military buildup. And if it is, in fact, because of the military buildup, one day that's going to end. So look at tourism. I mean, quite frankly, tourism has ended for us. And we're not getting the numbers that we saw and the numbers that we need. And thankfully, we're relying on other dollars. And so when we look at the villages, I think we just need to look further and longer term, and how can we become more sustainable within the village, within our villages. So again, I feel like I don't want to be this Debbie Downer, and I don't want to be negative. I just want to say, hey, while we have the opportunity with several funding sources and other types of assistance, then let's see what we can do and then I think altogether, cumulatively, we create a better bomb. And we don't rely on one entity, or we don't rely on GVB, or we don't blame it on the governor, we don't blame it on UOG for not doing anything, or GPA, GWA. What about us, right? What else can we do at the municipal level that could create, or GMH for that matter? I mean, and then I think about multi-generational communities. You talk about public health. We do need, our transit system, we don't have one. And so gas is still expensive. I mean, even if it went down 20 cents, it's still expensive, especially if you're not working, or if you're not making too much, or if you have a large family. So how do we build good communities that can thrive, or where you have access to to other stuff?
Yeah. I mean, we definitely have to put all of our heads together, right, rather than be at each other's necks.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is, like, I don't want to be adversarial. I want to say, hey, thanks for all this money, but before you give us the money, can we talk about what we can do? And I did. I actually yesterday I did speak with informally and briefly with Tina Garcia about it, because I think it's absolutely necessary. If there's money there and there's a possibility that we could get more money, then how could we be, really, how could we become bigger and better? So yeah, and then I'm always thinking about the different villages that have different opportunities, different, everyone can shine in a different way.
Right.
And we talk about Inalahan, we talk about the South, Kumatek, but what about Jigo? And what about Dededo? They're like the most populated. So what could we do there? How can we truly drive commerce up north? I think I don't know about you guys, but every time I drive up there, I feel like I'm in a whole new world, because I don't live in this area, and I don't in PD it doesn't look like this. So I don't know. I'm just saying that there's definitely a way to do it, and I think like I said, the experts like Gita and anywhere else could really help us. We could do better. We always can do better, and I think we just have to have that that energy and, like I said, like you said, really a collaboration, a partnership with others to make it work.
So when you were sharing that you postponed the meeting till next week because you were hoping the budget was going to pass, is it the budget that the legislature passed, or is it the supplemental or the special session bill that allows the mayors, appropriates more money to the mayors for the Typhoon Bobby recovery? Because that's still in limbo, right? Because they're still debating on the three things: the recovery efforts, child care, and the airport.
It would be both,
Okay.
because there's still discussions
Right.
about how we could spend for both, and if it's kind of useless to talk about it
If it's not in the bank, if it's not in your hands.
Correct. So, yeah, that's the thing. And then even for the leftover money from Bobby, or from Sinlaku, that's, I think that was, gosh, there's so many different amounts, values in my head, but I think it was 1.8 million. That we can, when you divide that, that's significant again. But then we address certain things. I mean, someone had asked me about the $50,000 grant from Gita, and they were talking about repairing, and I said, that's precisely my point.
Right.
Is we received money from after Sinlaku and after Bobby to repair. Use the money to repair as it should be.
Right.
And this money from Gita should be applied, and this is just my personal opinion, but the money from Gita shouldn't be used for repair, and it shouldn't be used for grass maintenance. It should be used to lift up our people in some way, to benefit truly from these QCs.
Sure.
So, yeah, that's just me.
Right.
But
yeah, couldn't you go one way with money that goes directly to your municipality, or you all have to, as a council, agree?
For which
The Gita grant.
Oh no, the Gita grant goes directly to the council. To the mayor.
To the mayors, yeah. Okay, so you guys can all, you guys can, within your municipality and your council, your planning council, you guys can all vote on what is best for your village, and that it all can be the same and all. Got it.
Correct. But that's what I mean too. That's the thing, is like there's still no real guidance. Well, I'm not saying no guidance. There's no one's gonna force a district to say, or a village to say, hey, this money needs to be used specifically for this, other than just the 5 categories.
Right.
And so even though healthcare could be the first thing, it could be, okay, healthcare, but then it's recreation. It helps recreation, so I need to cut the grass, and I need to fix the fence, and I need to change the light bulb in order for them to play basketball.
Right.
And it's just like, okay, so you're going to use $50,000 for that when you could have used that with the money that was meant for repair. That's what I think.
Got it.
Instead, I was hoping that Gita would require us to suspend it on more programming, perhaps.
Understood. I appreciate you always. If I don't talk to you before the weekend, have a great one.
Hopefully, well, let's hope we all have a great weekend, wet or not.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, Pauly.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Mayor.
The president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Mayor Jesse Alleg, Mayor of PT. Always appreciate him. We'll take the break, but I now want to talk to Mayor TC. Do you happen to have his information?
I tried calling him the other day, but for some odd reason,
the reason why I'm trying to get a hold of him, I'll even message him once we go to this break.
Yeah, we can do that.
The fire department issued a statement of a distressed Cessna aircraft in the vicinity of Malolo.
Are you kidding me? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So the aircraft was able to make a safe landing in the Dandan area. Guam Fire Department personnel responded and conducted medical assessments of the 2 persons on board. Both individuals declined medical evaluation and transport. No injuries were reported.
Okay.
So
we'll go to breakout during the break.
very
I'll try to reach
interesting.
out to
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this again, Wave 105. We'll see if we can get any more new information from the mayor of Inalahan on this distressed Cessna aircraft that had to make a emergency landing in the Dandan area. This is Wave 105.
Need a truck for your support of agents? Then head to Triple J Ford's big deals on Great Wheels sales event. For a limited time, store prices being due to cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the original cells, Spider, STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the same capability and innovation on the 4 cylinders. But don't wait, all stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford events tonight or get free keys and shop online at TripleJFord.com. Triple J Ford, trusting is free. Guam Recovery from Super Typhoon Bobby. GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible brands. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive $200 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 Pay-Fix fuel gas card. Terms and conditions apply. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Well, don't you get ready. Something big is coming to your neighborhood. A brand new Coffee Less experience is almost here, bringing family fun, entertainment, and giveaways. Follow Coffee Less Guam on Facebook or Instagram for details. Something exciting is coming soon. Papa Day. I'm Quentin Joe, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Quentin Joe, and I approve this message.
Jack here. Visiting family inspired me to add a fully Starbucks combo to my menu. Melted cheese, grilled onions and peppers, Coke fries and a drink starting at just $5.99. Yo, Jack, you got $6. It also inspired me to stop visiting family. Welcome to Jack in the Box. What's that? Limited time on price and participation area.
Papa Day, I'm Helen Harris, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has changed my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Harris and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Helen Harris, and I approve this message.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At Slate Zoo, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give the children of cancer everywhere. But we can't do it right here. Help Slate Zoo give children with cancer more moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at SlateZoo.org.
Our Guam, Wave 105 FM.
Welcome back to the show. This is BrightSide. We're at the Pauly Suba. I'm really going to have Buenas noches. Thanks for hanging out with us. Like I was mentioning before we got to the break, Guam Fire Department reported that at 11:40, the EE 911 received a report of a distressed Cessna aircraft in the vicinity of Lolo. I only found out about this for the Guam Fire Department. At 2:40 in the afternoon, the aircraft was able to make a safe landing in the Dandan area. Guam Fire Department personnel responded and conducted medical assessments of the 2 individuals on board. Both individuals declined medical evaluation and transport. No injuries were reported. The mayor is obviously unable to speak with us as he's addressing this, but I do have a photo of the incident. I don't know if anybody can see this. It's pretty small. It's from a vehicle. But you can see the squad car and you can see the Cessna right there making the emergency landing on this open field in Dandan.
again, Mayor Anthony Karloff sent us this. I'm extremely happy to hear that
Everybody's okay.
yeah, and they were able to walk away from that because the weather is what it is with the high wind advisory, right? And the weather is just super gloomy, so I imagine the visibility is extremely low. 2:42 in the afternoon. I don't know. There's a number of things that we can tackle before we get to the 3 o'clock hour. We are going to be talking to Jonathan Tavares. He piqued my interest when Jason called in and talked about how we need to be more sustainable, right? And so there are ways we can do it. And after Jason called, Jonathan Tavares called and he talked about indoor farming, how that could be a part of our food security strategy. So I definitely wanted to have that conversation with him, and he should be coming in around 3 o'clock. I told him, drive safe. The weather is unpredictable. The roads are definitely not safe, extremely wet. Visibility is low. So I just asked him to take his time. He said he is on his way, so I expect him to get here sometime in the 3 o'clock hour, and we'll have that conversation on indoor farming. And then in the 4 o'clock hour, my Auntie Terry, who lives in the DMV area, she lives on the Maryland side, she has been doing this initiative where she interviews U.S. veterans. Even herself, she's a U.S. military veteran. And so she was interviewed as well, and they collect these interviews, and they archive it in the U.S. Library of Congress.
Oh, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
And she's coming.
So I asked her too, I'm like, are you sure you want to come in? It's as though there's like a storm.
Okay, and she's coming in on 4 o'clock.
Yeah, she's still here at 4.
Our good friend, Mr. John Tavares.
He's already here?
No.
Oh.
He's going to be in here at 3.
Yeah.
And he's also a veteran too as well.
Yeah.
So, hopefully, I don't know if they spoke, but that'll be great.
Right.
To get that hooked up right here. Interesting.
I know she interviews the combat veterans, but maybe she can interview all veterans.
Okay.
But I think John is a combat veteran, if I'm not mistaken. You can ask him. I know he is a U.S. veteran, though. And then, obviously, the conversation about the airport continued last night, and we weren't able to get any more new information this morning on where we were going to go with this, because, again, they pushed that the session to tomorrow because, again, the Korean Airlines memorial service was set for 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Legislators wanted to go there to honor those that we lost in that crash, and the first responders as well. And then there was the Committee on Rules meeting is happening as we speak. To decide, to vote on what the agenda will be, the bills that they will debate on in August.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So that's happening as we speak. And then at 3 o'clock, the airport couldn't even come back to the legislature today because they have their own board meeting. So that's the reason why when you tried to tune in like I did at 8:30 or even after, there was nothing happening at the legislature. Yeah. They're extremely busy, right? Because that gets pushed one day. Hopefully they get that taken care of tomorrow. They vote on it one way or another. Again, appropriating money, like for most of it would go to the mayors. That was the big debate that happened early on.
Yeah.
And then it went to child care, right, for public health, and how much money are they going to appropriate to them, right, to pay for the leftover money to go to the child care facility here in Guam for the rest of June, and then all of July, all of August, and all of September. And you're going to be short. So that's what they also have to debate and decide. and then the airport.
You know, it's interesting, right? Because the governor, you know, submitted her budget after her veto. And it's going to be safe. It's safe to say that her budget, in regards to mayors, which is why I asked Mayor Alec, right? Like, you know, are you satisfied with the budget from, you know, the 38? And he said, no, yeah, I'm good. We can survive, but they shorted me $1 million.
And if anybody asks if they need more, he's going to say yes, they need more.
Now, the governor has submitted. I haven't seen her budget. You know, you haven't either. So, how much you want to bet that $1 million that was shorted? It's probably going to be there. And it's almost like a gotcha moment with the legislature, right? Because it is political. It is a political year, right? And the governor's, you know, this is not her first time. You know, this is not her first time to walk around the block, pretty much. You know, she knows that there is major importance to seize back the majority of the legislature. Now, how do you make this legislature look bad? You say, hey, look, I vetoed their budget, and I told them that this is what the mayors need, and this is what child care needs, and everything that they were shorted within the Republican budget is going to be up, and they're going to get what they want, and the pressure is on now, because now everybody's watching them. So, like, man, genius, Governor. That's all I got to say.
I guess I'm naive because I just don't think that that's really that kind of stuff goes on. Like, and when I listen to Jesse, right? I mean, you could tell that he's tired of it too, and apparently it is. It does because he goes, it's political season, right? And I just think that all of that is just nonsense. It's all like because when you look at what they've been arguing over now, are we saying that that when Department of Public Health and Social Services is saying the sky is falling, these child care programs, we're going to have to cut some families off of it, and some of these child development centers, these child care centers, won't get the money that they've already done the work, obviously in June, and the airport needs a bailout. The sky is falling for them. Otherwise, they're going to have to raise their fees onto the airlines. The airlines are going to raise their fees onto us, or they'll leave. And so, all of these things are real. These are real issues.
And that is what the Republicans are gonna tout pretty much. It's like, hey guys.
So all of the politicking or all of the I solved all the issues, that's not something that people should be proud of. No, there's a lot of work to be done. And so if you put your name on something, nobody cares.
No, I foresee the Republicans.
Nobody cares who solved the issue. No. Just solve it.
No, and that's why I say I foresee the Republicans saying, hey, all that is great with your budget, Governor, but reality check. You know, you're in fantasy land, and here we are crunching numbers in reality. Yeah. So that's what the Republicans are doing.
I really appreciate just crunch the numbers, solve it as a whole, solve it with the governor, solve it with the attorney general. Enough already.
No, but you see, that's just it. You're saying, I can't believe this, and I refuse to, but I've seen it happen in the past, bro.
Yeah, listening to the president of the mayor's council, I mean, he's saying the same thing.
Yeah, it's reality that that we have to be shorted $1 million, but he will take it if given. I mean, I don't think he's going to get into fight and back to governor like, yeah, I want, but then because he's a realist, right? I want the $1 million on the governor's budget, but the Republican budget said we don't have the money. So, hey, guys, work it out, and then whatever happens when the dust settles, either I get it or I don't. But either way, I can live within my means. And I think that's what people have to realize, because now, it's like I said, when you have this child care thing, and then you have the airport, and then, I mean, you're pitting all these people against one another because everybody's going after the same piece of pie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that, I mean, the whole thing is going to get lost in translation, and whoever has the better messaging, well, we'll see on November 3rd, the day after, on November 4th, who has the majority. And that's the God honest truth. That is reality. And again, and that's the thing about the voters out there, Pauly, is that
because I don't have a problem when you say, the voters want to look at, what have you done?
Yeah.
What does your record say? There's nothing wrong with you saying, this is what I worked on. These are the priorities. These bills became policy. They became law. You're just stating a fact.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole legacy time or the whole, it was the governor brought this down, but, she will be remembered for this. History will tell. History will show that she was the one that stopped all of the progress. I'm like, come on, calm down. Just solve the problem. The budget needs to be passed. Work it out. She, I believe, has done enough compromising. She brought her BPT down. It's not going back up to 4.5.
I think on October, right?
Right. It's going to stay at 4% if you agree to her bill or you don't. And so I'm looking forward to them debate it and figure out what works, what doesn't work. But right now, the current bill that has passed doesn't work. It has passed, but the governor has vetoed it, and you don't have enough votes to override the governor. And so I don't mind. I really appreciate the dialogue and the discourse and some of the talking over each other so that way they can solve the issue. The part are the press releases of the history will decide who, history will show that you were the problem. Like, we don't need to do any of that.
No, I know. But, like the governor standing on her business, right? Senator Shaw, Senator Chris Duenas, they're standing on theirs too. I mean, at some point, both parties.
Yeah, but Senator Jesse Lujan wrote a speech and said it verbatim, calling for Regine Viscoli's head. Like, somebody wrote that, and then he said it yesterday. And that, I think it's verbatim.
I want her head.
Oh, no.
All over her head?
Verbatim that the Guam Visitors Bureau has failed.
Yeah.
So, you just talk honestly, right? Genuinely. But there was a written release that he read aloud.
Well, I know that he has been talking to a lot of these
and
airlines.
I've had the conversations with him too, and I actually appreciate that dialogue better than you taking the time while we're doing the special session to read aloud something that was written. Maybe it was written by him, but he read it.
On
the floor.
Oh wow. Okay.
How GVB leadership needs to be held accountable, and basically saying that, and he doesn't say Regine Viscoli, he just says leadership.
Yeah.
But we know what he's talking about. So that stuff is doesn't need. We don't need those theatrics.
Why not? I think it's exciting. That's what I'm saying.
No, because there are real issues at hand, right?
Yeah.
Tourism is not working right now, and it has changed. And I respect Jesse Alec for having the conversation genuinely, and we can have that conversation.
Well, in regards to the airport, right, I was watching, I guess, the repeat or whatever I call it. And I believe board member Brian Bamba was answering questions that was posed from Senator Sharif Farahi. And he went on almost like, wow. I couldn't help but like, okay, when she was like, what does that answer have to do with anything I'm asking? I'm talking about, the lease property. Are you guys using that, to help with the finances in the airport, right? That's the whole purpose of why we let you guys do this, to lease out properties and whatnot.
Right.
You guys should be okay with that. Why are you coming here? It's like, well, because but she said something to the effect like, you guys have the capability of leasing out property and making money from that. Why are you coming back here asking for general fund money? And I was like, that is a good question. Because we were just talking about.
Well, the reason why again is because if they don't, they'll have to raise their fees.
No, and
right?
that's what
Yeah.
Senator Jeff Lujan was saying,
Right.
that he has spoke to a lot of these airlines and
Yeah.
with the landing fees
And they're going to pass it on to the customer.
that, or they might just pull
Or
out.
pull out.
Because
Yeah.
you're looking at about a
And that's okay.
70% increase.
Yeah.
And on.
But that's
board.
okay. But Senator Jesse Lujan took the moment to redirect it to GVB and said, I implore the GVB board to answer the community's call for accountability and require leadership to take ownership of this failure to execute.
Well, at
The
same
Guam
time-
Visitors Bureau board must seriously consider calling for the resignation or termination of the leadership responsible for these failures. We cannot continue spending tens of millions of dollars treating the symptoms while refusing to address the underlying failure. That sounds like it was written to me.
Yeah. Well, at the same time.
And Regine Bisco Lee ain't sitting in front of him.
Yeah. At the same time, I think the Senator Jess, being the chairman of tourism and transportation, should also put, a letter out like that. Maybe even calling for the resignation of the board at the airport and be fair about it, right? Because you guys didn't pay your thing since 2018. To the FAA.
Well, we don't even know what it was. It was redirected. There was a 4%, and then they increased it to 8%, and that 4% didn't go back to the airport.
Well, you see, that's what I'm saying. It goes all the way back to 2018.
2018.
And so all that we're just about ready to hit 2027. Come on, guys. So is there a failure there? Is there a communication breakdown?
Well, and then also, then the legislature is also at fault at least for a whole year, because the legislature knew about it for a whole year.
Well,
Because I know when you were saying, wow, this is the first time I heard about it, like, no. Probably, but it was brought up. They tried to ask them for that $9 million last budget, and the legislature didn't do it.
No money.
No money, honey, and we don't have any money again this time, but we're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate whatever they're going to do now moving forward, right? Senator Joseph Augustine was talking about amendments that he wants to introduce to possibly, if the airport at any moment starts making more money than they need to operate, give it back to the general fund. Give it back to the government of Guam.
Well, the leasing property that Senator Therese was talking about the other day, look at the lot of cars that's there. When you do the math, that's like $240,000 a year.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I mean, again, you're making good use of your property.
Exactly, and that's and so her question to the people that were there, the board, I believe, was, okay, so then why are you coming here? Why don't you lease out more properties? We gave you guys that authorization to do so, and you guys said, oh, we're going to have millions come in and everything, and now you're coming back here asking for $9 million because you have a debt obligation. Well, okay, well, you're already started. You use that concept of what's going on with the cars that are parked, at that property. So I think her question was like, look, we don't have the money, and you guys are asking for this much. I think that on the total cost, it's about $17 million, right? Right about, with the $9 million and then $10 million or something like that for operations or whatnot. But so maybe somebody should get a total accounting of what properties are leased and how much is being paid, and then we'll go from there. Because they're getting $3 million. There's your start. You know, and what is the money being used for? You know, that $240,000 every year. And it's at least, I believe I heard Senator Just say that the car, you know, where the cars are parked, that parcel of land is being leased for 1 year. Okay, well, now we know we can lease stuff, guys. Start doing it. You know, I mean, I see a lot of these,
There's like requests for proposals. I remember JT was talking about. Those are still out there. So, you know, government moves slow.
Have you seen a lot of the constructions with all these warehouses that are popping up in the Teton area?
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. You know, so I mean, and then I see property for lease, property for sale, all that stuff. You know, within the Teton area. So, I mean, like I said, get a total accounting of everything that is being leased out to all these businesses.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're going to ask for another $9 million next fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take the break. John Tavares is here, and so we'll bring him up to the studio, KGUM FM in Guerrero, Guam.
AK News, I'm Mike Kempton. Iran and Oman have moved closer to an agreement on the Strait of Hormuz. This comes after President Trump said a deal to reopen the waterway could be announced soon. The strait's closure has driven up global fuel prices, but speaking in Las Vegas earlier, Trump said that would change once the deal is reached.
We've been bringing down prices, and as soon as this situation ends with Iran, oil is going to go down to the floor, gasoline is going to go down.
Regional officials tell the AP that Iranian and Omanian negotiators have finalized the deal, pending approval from Iran's supreme leader. The government is moving to shut down a Kentucky organ donation group after an HHS investigation.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the government is taking steps to decertify a Kentucky organ donation nonprofit, Network for Hope, which merged with Kentucky organ donor affiliates.
Most organ procurement organizations carry out this work with professionalism, compassion, and deep respect for both donors and recipients. But Network for Hope repeatedly failed to meet those standards. It was a bad apple.
They were accused in 2021 of continuing plans to retrieve organs from patients who unexpectedly showed signs of life. Donna Rohr says her brother, T.J. Hoover, suffers PTSD after waking up during the harvesting procedure.
When they finally stopped and acknowledged P.J. was still alive, they sent him home with me and said, make him comfortable. He will not last. Well, it's been 5 years and he's still here.
The group says it strongly disagrees with the Secretary's decision and will appeal. I'm Jennifer King.
Months before Lindsay Clancy strangled her 3 children, the family's former nanny said she saw her deal with significant weight loss, insomnia, and post-pregnancy mental health issues. This is AP News. Markets hold on near record territory. We hear about it from the AP's Seth Suttel. I'm Seth Suttel, and this is the AP Markets Report. Stocks drifted to a mixed finish on Wall Street. The S&P 500 slipped 0.2% Wednesday from the all-time high it set a day earlier. The Dow added 263 points, that's about 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite lost 0.8%. SpaceX sank 13.6%. Elon Musk's rocket, satellite, internet, and AI company said it was stepping up its spending on artificial intelligence. Disney climbed 3.6%. The entertainment giant reported better results, including a big box office haul from its latest Toy Story movie. The price of Brent crude was little changed at about $79 a barrel. Treasury yields slipped in the bond market. The yield on the 2-year Treasury fell to 4.61%. That's in New York. More news at apnews.com. I'm Mike Kempton, AP News.
We're heading back to the soda fountain.
You're listening to KGUM FM, Wave 105.1. The top of town, a proud Christian media radio station.
As Guam recovers from Super Typhoon Bobby, JTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible brands. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 76 fuel gas card. For conditions applies. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you. Need a truck that works for party season? Then look for Triple Day Ford's big deals on Big Wheel Sales Event. For a limited time, store prices will include a cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. From the rugged XL, Stylus, STX, or Weathercoat XLT. All backed by the same capability and innovation over 4 goodness. But don't wait, all stock must go. Visit Triple Day Ford in Upper Suba or get big deals online at tripledayford.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Top of day, Agania. The afternoon slump is real. Why wait? Head over to Agania Shopping Center and pull them with refreshing boba from Popeye or sweet shake ice from Snowberry. Craving something warm and fresh? Follow your nose to the aroma of cinnamon or a classic bite from Presto Maker. And before you head home, stop by Echelon to load up on your favorite sweet and savory snack or delicacy. With endless parking and a gazillion choices, your perfect afternoon escape is right here at Agania Shopping Center.
Confident, I'm Helen Perez, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Helen Perez, and I approve this message.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win round-trip tickets to Thailand. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visiting Bureau.
Top of days. I'm Silver Joe, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Silver Joe, and I approve this message. Balanced, fair, thoughtful. Wave 105 FM.
BrightSide right here on Wave 105. Joining by Mr. Pauly Suba. Well, we want to thank our sponsors and then BCA. We start with you. Chili's Berlin Bar. Chili's one life, great food and memory in this happening here. Don't miss the memory. Get your travel cameras and storage essentials and micro packs today. Subway, you got to refresh the beef fresh. Triple J. It's big deals on big wheels and Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home in a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Thanks for hanging out with us. 601-922-1051 or 1052. We are online at wave105.com as well as our YouTube. And so if you're tuned into our YouTube, then you'll see our guest, Jonathan Tavares. Thank you so much for weathering this, I wouldn't say it's a storm, but this inclement weather. So thanks for making the trek.
You know, Pauly, rain or shine, I grew up where rain's a blessing, right? Great rain's a blessing, and it's good. It's great that we had this kind of weather today because we're going to talk about agriculture,
right?
And I really want to talk about agriculture. And rain's a blessing to farmers,
for sure.
You know, not too much, but this kind of rain where the sun is starting to come out now, and you know, we just had a little elongated dry season. Mm-hmm. You know, just farmers are going to be happy, right? You know, being able to water their crops without getting touching additional resources,
right?
And then this morning we were very much blessed. We had the blessing when we were at the Korean airline.
Okay, so can we start there? Yeah. So you went to the memorial.
Got lost.
Okay.
I didn't know how to get up there,
right.
And I called some people who ride trail.
Right.
And they said, "Hey, go to Turner Road." I was like, "Oh, I know where Turner Road is."
Yeah.
So I went into, and then there was a closed gate. Well, there's a gate that's usually closed.
Right.
And they opened it up for access. It's a very solemn place. Because, you know, you have this wonderful memorial out there.
Right.
And it overlooks overlooks the hill
Right.
in Menengan, and it's just so peaceful out there.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the rain, right, you could feel that you could feel that you could feel something in that atmosphere.
Spiritual.
Very. Aina Lee,
Yeah.
who's the Korean, her brother, right?
Right.
She shared that her brother passed away, and she sent me the invite, and I've known Anna for quite a few years now. Well, dating back to the 22 when I ran. And she's always been, very strong advocate for the Korean community. And when she said, "Sean, come out and join us, pray for, join us for this." And of course, I could not, first and foremost, not show up because it's an opportunity that I've never been there. There's so many places on Guam that people have never been. And when I have an opportunity to go somewhere that I've never been able to trek into, I'm always gonna try to seize that opportunity because it's a different view of our island. And I think that a lot of people neglect to remember that we have the rolling hills in Menengan that's great for off-roading and things out there, but also to commemorate and honor those who passed away in that tragic accident, right? And 29 years from today. And I ask everybody to keep them in their prayers, especially today. The lives lost, right, and the families who suffered that loss.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to figure out when was the anniversary, right? And so I apologize because I forgot all about it until Senator Chris Duenas brought it up earlier this morning as to why they weren't going to go into session. Because they wanted to honor the memorial service that was supposed to take place, right? And so it did around 10 a.m., right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And rightfully so, right? We during liberation, usually all the Menengan memorials, all the memorials that happen, we usually pay homage to in the legislature and the governor's office. They all our dignitaries,
right?
They take time to pay their respects for all the different events that happen on our island.
Right.
And I think that's such it just reminds us that despite all the political challenges that we have and the political disputes and disagreements, there's always a common ground that people who are here to serve us they still remember our Medina or the people who sacrificed and lost their lives in tragic accidents through tragic circumstances throughout our island.
Right. And when I think about that terrible incident, right, I think about also the first responders.
Absolutely.
I think about people in government that also risked their lives to rescue whoever they could. Governor Carl Gutierrez did so as well.
That's one of the pictures that every time growing up, right, when I would hear Governor Carl Gutierrez, the first picture that I always remember, even to this day, is him sitting on the back of that Korean airside up here. And I always think back at that, right, because he was boots on ground out there to help clean up.
Right.
Right when it happened. And from what I understand, he went out there direct. And he was out there with those guys trying to do their part. It's also helped us to build up we know that ARF has now been built up. Right now we have a bigger fire response unit for aircraft. We have multiple fires. We have one at Anderson that's been built up. And then we have the one at the airport. And the airport has the federal government and ARF and the airport have done such a great job because they rebuilt their fire station. If you haven't been up there to see their new station, it's such a beautiful facility.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you that they are ready and equipped in case another accident like that happens.
Right.
And it's because we use federal resources alongside with the partnerships within the government of Guam.
There was a Cessna that also had to make an emergency landing over in Dandan today.
Okay.
2 people were able to walk away from that. Yeah, we had a release from the Guam Fire Department, and so personnel responded and conducted medical assessment of the 2 individuals on board. Both individuals declined medical evaluation and transport. And so I imagine it has a lot to do with the weather.
Yeah, the weather. Right? Yeah, the weather is not for smaller planes, right?
The winds were pretty strong.
Exactly.
Even yesterday, the winds were pretty. 2 days ago, the winds were pretty strong.
I have a bunch of signs there. So I have a few signs that fell down, and we have them rebarred in, mounted up. But I'm not the only one, right? I see a bunch of signs that are counted, and that's a clear indication that the weather has been like this to us.
Right. I mean, when we think about that super typhoon Dolphin, right? I mean, I don't know if I could take a third typhoon, and I'm just counting my blessings too. I'm sure all the mayors, right, are counting our blessings as to, we're feeling some of that wind, but it's, it could be worse.
I pray to God we don't have another typhoon.
Right.
I've been doing a typhoon response for a
People
long
are
time.
traumatized.
I'm not necessarily traumatized.
Right.
It's the fact that it's such a pain on our people. It's a burden, and it puts our people in a tailspin every single time.
Right.
We saw the effects of Marwar, and it really traumatized a lot of people because they didn't have a typhoon for almost 20 years. 20 years.
Yeah.
And so when we look at it, right, and we see these typhoons that are coming through recently, now we've had Marwar, then we had some Lakud, and Bobby just finished up, and you see everybody just starting to panic now. I hate it when our people are in panic mode.
Right.
I would rather the government say, hey, we're going to be prepared and we're going to work on this, but we didn't have anything for 20 years.
Right.
So, of course, we were a little rusty in putting things together, but now our people know that hey, you don't necessarily have to panic. Now you got shutters because your wood wasn't 20 years old, because everyone went out and bought brand new wood. So our people are getting prepared because we know that these circumstances. But the new work to shut down government operations, to shut down schools, those really affect everybody. Our senior citizen centers, when our Monoku don't have a place to go in the middle of the day, yes, they're watching the kids at home, but without the power.
Right.
Right, and these are the things that I hope that the typhoon don't hit. I could look at it from, I'll be on the ground like I always am. No matter what, I know where I'm going to be. I'm in the middle of the typhoon. I always make sure I'm before, during, and after. I'm working with Mayor Peter John. That's my prim. That was my commitment to him when he ran. He said, I told him, Prim, no matter what, my mom's not in the office or not, I'm going to be there, boots on ground with you, because you kind of replace the understanding of how to recover in Benito. Just because my mom is retired, it doesn't mean that I walk away from the commitments that the commitments we've already had for years.
Right.
Because that's how I was raised, right? You don't just, you just either change your capacity and where you're managing it, or like my mom did, because she went from being the vice mayor to, she went from being in the schools and the shelters. I ended up cleaning up the shelters, so I know what the DOE people are going through when they're talking about the cleaning. Because I was that little boy who had to help clean up the schools. Then I know then we transitioned into from that little boy who cleaned up the schools. Then my mom was the vice mayor, and we had, I think, 3 typhoons when she was the vice mayor, back to back to back. And we did the same thing, village recovery. And then when she was the mayor, of course, that was always we've always been there right on the side. That's why to this day, even typhoon hits, I'm out there on the ground clearing road with the guys, because we know that we don't have enough manpower, and and I'm always make the time to do that and recover our village. Before I still haven't cleaned up my yard from the typhoon, because I prioritized the village, and of course we went right into the campaign. But
that's the reason why I have you here, or asked you to come and have this conversation, because it all is connected to being more sustainable, right? And so we were having a conversation about, the state of the economy and quality of life. Jason was listening. Jason's a frequent caller, right? He's a counselor at Teason High, and he's got some great ideas. And, he was sharing that we got to be more sustainable. We got to be able to grow things more for ourselves. And I think you were listening to the conversation, right?
Absolutely.
And then you called in and you said, you know what, you understand more about indoor farming. And that's where I want to go with this conversation, and learn more for our audience too, and get some guidance from what you know about indoor farming.
So
let's talk about farming as a whole.
Okay.
Right? Because when I look at the sustainability conversation that we're partaking in, what I'm concerned about is lowering the 90% marker. That for years, over a decade, even Pauly, I don't know how long you've heard 90% of our food is imported. I don't even.
Chris Rosario gave me a number of 95.
So if we're even at 95%, right? I think about why has that number been the same for such a long time? And here's why. We can grow all the eggplant we want. We can grow all the, cucumber, green beans. When during mango season and avocado seasons, our fruits are, and Jason was absolutely correct. Our fruits are plentiful during that time. But here's the problem. When you go to Payless, 7-Day, American Grocery, people are buying cabbage. People are buying lettuce. People are buying tomatoes, right? So if we know that people are buying these things in the stores, why are we not doing something to grow that? Yes, we can grow tomatoes. Tomatoes are probably the low-hanging fruit of things, but they would strive in a greenhouse facility with a little bit of extended light. Then if we get into growing lettuce to maximize the growth rate and the environmental concerns, right? It would be, we can use 20-foot containers, and we know we have a lot of containers, 20 or 40-foot containers, and just turn those into little hydroponic beds. And we can actually do this at a vertical level, even putting, the Home Depot metal shelves?
Okay.
You get those, and you literally run hydroponic lines through that. And you can buy all of this stuff at Home Depot to do this other than minus the containers.
Sure.
Home Depot has a whole aisle for hydroponic cultivation. So if we think about it, we can do 2 or 3 layers on the shelf of lettuce that can be harvested anywhere from 7 to up to maybe 28 days. And we have a turnaround. So if we do that, we can easily start to lower that rate. I can't make a promise of how much is going to be produced because that's an agriculture thing, right? You throw 100 seeds and you hope that 100 pops out, but you're happy if 50 pops out, right? There's no guarantee when you're trying to grow anything. Whether you drop that mango tree in the ground today and hope that 10 years is going to be you're going to have mango, or whether it be lettuce that you're hoping to harvest in 2 months. So when we look at it, the only way to actually do this is to combat to grow what we're actually buying in the stores. And I think that looking at what's being sold on the shelves is going to help us to determine what avenues and what search projects we should assign the University of Guam towards, as well as the Department of Agriculture, because the Department of Agriculture and the University of Guam already have the infrastructure to use some of these things. They have greenhouse facilities. They have empty containers, right? And they have the hydroponic stuff, right? So if we can utilize the facilities and the equipment that they already have without giving them further, without actually adding further, with minimal finances, or allow somebody like Bahan Sustainability or who's that place? Right across the Department of Agriculture, next to Agriculture in Manila, is it Bahan Sustainability? I know it's
Sustainable Culture. I know that they have their sustainability hub over in Cross Island.
Okay, so there's another facility that was doing lettuce under a canopy.
Okay.
Right next door to the Department of Agriculture.
Farm to Table?
Farm to Table.
Okay.
So they were doing lettuce right there right next door to the Department of Agriculture, and it was working, but they had to run a water chiller. The way that water chiller was built into the system was they buried the water chiller underground to keep it cooler, so you can because the water has to be at a certain temperature. This is the environmental factors that we need to be able to control, right? Sure. Even if we go indoors, we still have to control it. It's climate control.
Right. And again, the reason to go indoors, right, is obviously the weather.
Absolutely.
Right? The storms, the typhoons. Yeah.
So if right now what happens, if you have a small backup generator and you're using just to fill up a 40-foot container with lights at that level, you're probably going to need 40-foot. These lights cover 4 foot by, just say a 4 foot by 4 foot space. So you're going to need maybe 10 lights down the way. At $400 to $600 a light, you're looking at, you can easily use a 4,000, 5,000 BTU generator to power this, to supplement. GPA has done a great job to get our power systems back up and running quickly.
And they're averaging 8 days.
That is better than I've ever. Pauly, when you and I were growing up,
35 days.
60 days.
Oh my goodness.
But at the end of the day, I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
Because I remember the days where the power poles were breaking in half.
Yes.
And now we look, just because people get upset, but I'm like, look at the infrastructure improvements that we've already made. And I feel fortunate that we're able to do stuff like that. So
I don't think it's going to get better than 8 unless we
go underground.
Yeah.
That's a whole other infrastructure.
Right.
That cost, I think that when they were talking about
$7 billion, but they'll be happy with 1.5 to start like some kind of phase it in.
There's parts of Guam that are already
down in Tumon. The track towards the hospital. Parts
of Delino have been put underground.
Okay.
So there are parts
all of the Marine Corps base camp blogs.
Well, yeah, because they did that when they broke ground, and it was part of the infrastructure build of that. And if the military can do it, I'm not opposed to asking them for money to do the rest. But so when we look at it, right, is now we have an opportunity to do something different that's going to actually try to lower the amount of imports that we're chasing. Because if we can do this and cultivate things indoors on a year-round basis, then we don't have to import 100 cases of 100 pallets of lettuce every 2 months.
Sure.
We can diversify indoors, because a lot of these crops that are going to be looked at, they like the same climate environment.
Right.
It becomes obtainable when we build the environment. Guam has perfect sun for beach, for our tourists, for our trees, but it doesn't necessarily have the perfect environment to grow lettuce, because it's not cold enough. If we want to do rapid growth of tomatoes on an indoor scale, you want to be somewhere between 76 to 78 degrees indoors, or in temperature. But outside at any given time on Guam, we're looking at 90 to it's 82 to 85 degrees outdoors normally. We're going to spend the plant early on, right? But we see cherry tomatoes because the plant is able to absorb that and break off that heat a little bit more. But that larger tomato that people buy, that we see that they're using at McDonald's, and they don't use cherry tomatoes at McDonald's. They or for any of the hamburgers, they use the whole tomato. Yeah. So if we can look at doing things like that, that people are actually utilizing here and growing things like that, then we start breaking that curve, and we curve it back downwards where it should be going and where it should have been going for years. So it's just a different point of view of it, right? Because I'm just trying to, when I was asked to run, it was, or when people ask me why did I run, it was basically it's because I want to make things turn the other direction that I want to champion. And when I look at it, is if we can work on power credits for indoor cultivators and indoor farmers, then this becomes obtainable. And I'm not saying that we already do credits when it comes to for agriculturalists when it comes to water. We have rebates when it comes to land to taxation when it comes to our farmers.
Agricultural land.
Exactly. And then what this also does, it also is going to allow us to expand this into more Chamorro land trust properties that are not actually utilizing Chamorro land trust properties to actually grow anything. And I joke about it all the time on Chamorro land trust properties, and you've heard my mom say we grow white goods and junk cars. It's sad because this is all on top of the northern aquifer. Yet, if we can help develop a new program that's gonna, sometimes people just don't want to necessarily be in the sun. If you can put a system in place that's easier for people to manage.
What about like a co-op?
I'm about it. I'm about doing cooperatives, especially for
like a facility that is already the government funds or pays for the indoor facility, and then the farmers go in there.
The problem with that is I want to make farming more attainable to everybody.
Okay.
Whether it be there's derelict parks, there's a lot of derelict parks around our island that are next to people's homes. And some of these parks are being farmed by people. Actually, one of the hosts, one of the people who come in and host on a regular basis talks about it all the time. Roland LaGuardia. Uncle Roland has a farm right behind his house in a park that is derelict. It'll never be renovated because the government of Guam it only services so many houses.
Okay.
But he uses these parks, right? So there's a lot of this land, a lot of parkland that's designated that will never go into development because it's landlocked. Let's empower the people who live behind these places to come and work with the government of Guam and Department of Land Management and Department of Parks and Recs because that's under their inventory. And then come and adopt it because a lot of it is overgrown. Come adopt it, take care of that plot of land, and then grow produce. And if you're doing this and becoming a bona fide farmer to drink this, then it's help your neighbors. When you grow something at your house, you're more likely to knock on your neighbor's door. And one of the bigger problems I see on Guam right now is most people don't even know who their neighbors are.
Right.
But if you're able to share, hey, I have so much of this, come and share with my neighbor. I think that's a good way to look at it. I'm not opposed to doing things in that grandiose style where people who live in, especially apartments, but I want to cut this model out because we have farms that are open to the public. Right now, we have two of them. We have one at in the heart of Agana.
Okay, Guam Green Growth.
That's right.
Yeah.
As well
that's minimal, though.
But we also have the one at the right next to the pool in Benito.
Okay.
We have a lot of people who go out to
that one.
We have a lot of people who utilize the park. But I never see anybody go out there to look at it.
I didn't even know that there was a community garden.
There is. And so, I get it. I love Juanita, the way she has Island Grow Power, where it's right next to all these houses in Kaiser.
Right.
That works because it's in the village. But when you put it in the place where nobody lives, and at the end of the day, they're not going to go check the plant, then at the end of the day, it sounds like this is how I look at it. At the end of the day, when it's on the side of the road and nobody lives next to it, it's for show. It's good to see. It's good to see it because it's right there along the road. But is it really providing anything? But if you put it next to somebody's house, like Juanita has on Crow Power, then it becomes more impactful because the people are walking across the street. They come home from work, they change into their Bahamas, and then from there they walk across the street, and she has a good program that actually works there. So when we're able to empower people with property that the government is under the government inventory, and say it's an adoption program, as long as you maintain these things and you're constantly producing something, what this also does is it creates small business. It creates a small business sector that anything that's overlap or over, they can go and bring these into Payless, into the farmers co-op, because they're now registered as a bona fide farmer, and now it puts them into this infrastructure, and I think that's a great way to build this level of sustainability on Guam, because then we're literally putting that power back in the hands of our people, rather than putting it in the hands of big farmers. Even though I know that that's an essential part of this, because we have to have the big and the small. Because the big guys are going to grow for commercial needs, and then the small guys are going to grow for that specialty, right? Somebody wants a certain variety for the hotels. They're going to go to the guy who's going to be able to grow that variety versus the guy who's looking out for the bottom line, right? Because the rates are a little different, but it's going to open up different sectors, and then it's also going to. I like the idea that it's going to open up for people to know their neighbors, because that's a huge problem. I firmly believe that's why people are fearful of the people who they live next to, because a lot of people, and I live in Kaiser, and I know people who they've been living next to somebody for the last 5-10 years and never talked to them. And it's sad because I hear that all throughout the island. And I think by empowering people to work together, especially, you know, you see somebody in the backyard next door, you're like, hey, what are you doing? That's going to strike up a conversation.
Sure.
You know, and then, hey, and that's how we do it. We build it, you know, grassroots, right?
Right.
You talk about doing things right from the ground, how the mayors used to do it. The mayors used to build something in the back of people's houses, and then that started the conversation. Sometimes that works. Pauly, you hear the stories we've heard all those stories that the mayor did this, and then it's still alive today because it kept the community going. And I think when I look at community gardens, I think that's a different concept to look at it, right?
Right.
Rather than just, you know, building it somewhere in the middle of somewhere where nobody's going to harvest anything, and that's not going to help. That's not going to help those numbers.
I'm pretty sure you've already identified a number of these parks that you're talking about, right? They're notorious already.
I have.
Yeah.
And,
League One.
Well, one of the first ones, League One is actually there's a couple in League One, but one of the first ones is actually where there's where we have a dumping issue. People have a tendency to dump. So right along Weissing Song, all the way from the entrance of Weissing Song, all the way up to the four-way stop sign across Island Grove Power.
Okay.
Behind all those houses,
there's a park back there.
Those all designated parkland. Designated parkland that's there. That's over 100 houses. Over, I think maybe even more than 100 houses between both sides of the road.
Okay.
So we're looking at 100 houses, and that's, I think there's a lot of acreage back there. There used to be somebody who raised bees back there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I used to get stung because I used to play in the backyard. But you know, that was our playground growing up. And the neighbors, and this also incentivizes people to take care of their backyard.
Right.
But we have people who come and steal cars, dump into this area, and then it gets burned when you're back to these places. And one of the places that this happens is right behind the behind the daycare. So when I know Derido's a different beast. But when I think of it, right, that's one of the parts. There's multiple in Derido, and it's also in housing developments the south, throughout our island. I know that housing developments that have parkland that still want to be developed, and a lot of it is within the Goras. We can convert those parks the ones in Kacha, they have that park there, but they also have additional parkland that isn't being used.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at this is not just about one village. This is about how we can do this and transcribe this throughout our island. And then if we don't have designated parkland that won't be developed and don't fall into that category, then what we do is we do what they're doing in Jigo, where they're putting it in the Senior Citizen Center. Because by doing that, then at least our Manunku have something additional to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's such a great idea. And a lot of our Manunku, they don't have, some of them don't have a place to farm. And I know Vice Mayor Blas, he has an initiative with his other half that they're working on something up at the Jigo Senior Citizen Center using the grant from the governor's office. Mm-hmm. And I think allowing if we can accomplish it in that manner, then we accomplish it in a different manner. Mm-hmm. Because I think there's multiple ways to skin the cat when it comes to agriculture and lowering that rate. I just want to turn back the number. Mm-hmm. I'm tired of that number being what it is, and we hear people campaign on it all the time, and we're going to lower it. But I heard the plans, and you can see that I thought about this very thoroughly. And it's something completely different out of the box, because the same thing that I've heard for the last umpteen years, I don't want to go in with that.
Kaduku's on the line?
Yeah.
Okay. Kapre Kaduku, you've been listening to the conversation.
Who do we have there? Is that Dr. Savard?
It sure is.
Yeah, that's my neighbor. I live right down the road from you.
I know you do, sir.
And remember the entrance going into Maria Joe, and then you come out behind Benevento School?
That's right. That's also designated parkland.
Man, let me tell you, that used to be a dump.
That's right. And my mom over her term, she finally got all the people who were dumping there, and we've cleaned that one area up, and thank God for the schools, having the schools over there really being a part of that. And every time we get a car that's dropped right between that road, we always make that's one of the priority roads that we always make sure we have to get cleared first because the kids walk right through there on a regular basis.
I used to call it in cars, couch, icebox, sewing machine, washing machine, you name it. I used to call it all the time. It's like, hey, man, someone used to come back here and clean up for space because it's school. They come out to pay, and they see a dump behind them, and then you got all that jungle between Benventi and Maria Joa.
Yeah.
What they need to do is they need to clear that property and turn it into a park or something because
or a community farm.
It's all jungle, man. It's ugly, and they can use that land and, like I said, turn into a park or a dog park or something. But they used to ask me, "You want to join?" It's like you need to clear out that the jungle growth because it's right there in the jungle growth with Maria Joa and Beneventi. And if someone decided that he wanted to be stupid, he can hide. You know what I mean?
We've actually had to leave GPD in there because there are people who try to hide in that area. It's sad because it's a huge jungle area that stretches almost to the other side of the west side of Monica, I believe.
That was my playground during junior high, remember?
I used to walk the side gate. I used to walk the side gate from Maria Joa to Greek Mart. So I grew up around that.
And some of the people at school, they go to either school, they walk that back area, and you never would know what's going to jump out at them. And that's what happened with that one young lady when she got grabbed out of some Papa store, and they took her into the, man, let me tell you, they used to hang out at the bus stop, and I used to tell the schoolmates, hey, man, if you're afraid to approach them, call up GPD and tell them you can't water here, because they'd be drunk waiting for the bus to come. In the morning, they'd be sleeping there. You got Pampers there, and when they open up that front gate, and Maria Joa is right there, 25 feet away. And right there by Papa Store, you used to have to ride a canoe just to cross Papa Store to get to one side and to the other side. And I said, hey, man, just bring over the background clear that one little spot there so the water can drain. It used to be knee-high every time it rained.
I'm pretty sure it's flooded right now.
Jonathan, they know me down at the mayor's office because, hey, he comes again. He's got something to say.
Yeah.
And that's what I do. Now I'm up in Santa Lucas because of what happened in Santa Barbara. And my sister spun around, and I said, when you see something, say something. And someone needs to come and saying and seeing some things for the last 4 years. But is anybody listening? That's what I want to know. And we let them get away, and that's why they do it. A lot of this white-collar crime that's going on. And believe me, whoever sits at that chair that takes office, there's going to be a lot of work to be done, a lot of cleaning up. I give them credit for even wanting to run because it's not going to be a walk in the park, man. The schools, the roads, our airline, you name it. I give Therese for the honor and everything that she took up, still up there playing, and she wants to try and do it. But we need to unite everybody, Republican, Democrat, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Attorney General, Congressman. We need to unite to make this island good again because that's the only way we're going to do it. And one more thing, Pauly, I told you the church bell spoke, and that's who's going in. And that's one thing we all forget. Si ito kapag manaytay tao si Jewish tao malago balit. Balit na siya manu and hindi na patapan ng dimo because we got a lot of bad things going on and we got a lot of good people on this island. But Jonathan, we got a lot of bad people. Hey, thank you, bro. And you know who I am. I know you.
I know. See you. Yeah, Kubed, you have a good day. Thank you.
Real quick, let me just, we're going to pivot real quick to traffic. I want to let help our audience try to get through some of the congestion. I know the roads are extremely dangerous, right? Looking at Route 1, right around the Park Place, formerly known as Holiday Exchange, major congestion there, north and south, more so south. It clears up for you more after the ICC intersection, heading south, Route 10A. Trying to make that left turn on to Route 1, expect delays there. Mild delays heading north in the Upper Tumon area around Marine Corps Drive. Obviously, you definitely want to stay below the speed limit or right around the speed limit because of the roads being wet, and keep a safe distance from the vehicle and the motorist in front of you. I do have an update too from Mayor Anthony Scargoff as well. So the pilot and passenger of the Cessna that had to make an emergency landing, they are safe. And so I know he's addressing that issue again. The release from the Guam Fire Department was that at 11:40 this morning, they received a report of a distressed Cessna aircraft in the vicinity of Malolo. The aircraft was able to make a safe landing in the Gangan area. Guam Fire Department personnel responded and conducted medical assessments of the two individuals on board. Both individuals declined medical evaluation and transport. No injuries were reported. Once again, helping you move forward on this Thursday afternoon, that's Guam Auto Spot. Schedule that test drive today. Call them up, 478 Auto. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and fair volunteer ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. Here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the fair community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
Need the trucks and works as hard as you do? Then let's Triple J Ford's big deals on Big Wheels Sales Event for limited time. Score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling trucks for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged X-Large, Standard, STX, or Winter F-13. All bags like a strength capability and innovation on the 4 cylinders. But don't wait, all stock was covered. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get free proof and shop online at TripleJForm.com. Triple J Ford, customers first. As storm recovers from Super Typhoon Bobby, GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible brands. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, we'll also receive a free $100 7-6 Fuel gas card. Every condition applies. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Absentee and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. To keep you cool, Patch also offers spot cooling, ceramic, glass down, and basic roof auto tinting. For more information, call 647-STAR.
Oh, hey, I'm Timber Jones, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Timber Jones, and I see this message.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Brave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be an opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs at glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Feeling good. Ready? Done. Wave 105 FM.
From the 4 o'clock hour, 3:50 in the afternoon. Here's the BrightSide right here, Wave 105.
I know it's not so bright outside, but we definitely want to thank you for hanging out on the BrightSide. Well, Jonathan Tavares, appreciate you again. And so when we're talking about sustainability, has a lot to do with being sustainable, right?
Yeah.
And so you also have an initiative on fishing.
So, not, I'm not a pescador. I'll begin with that. I'm not a pescador, but I've spent time looking at hearing the cry, right? We don't have so much fish, right? And we're importing so much fish from the outer islands, and that's great. That's commerce between our brothers and sisters in Micronesia.
Mm-hmm.
But how do we regenerate what we have in ourselves right now? And I've taken a look at a study that came out. Actually, not just a study. What happened in Louisiana with the red snapper?
Okay.
So what happened was, what they did was they restricted the amount of weight that could come out of the water and within zones. And what they did was they rotated those zones, and after a 5-year period, the catch limits when they went back to the original zone that they put a restriction on, restriction on fishing, just like a preserve. What happened was they were able to increase the limits after that 5-year period. So what that would allow us to do is to, one, let our fish live, grow up, get to eating size, so we're not eating palaxi that's 6 inches. You know, I miss the palaxi when it used to be, when we get, nice size palaxi, right? And we all do because we know that fish, one, had a good life, and two, we're not just taking the smaller fish out. And I get it. Sometimes the hanging is better than the top again. But, we got to be able to preserve those numbers and increase those numbers because we know that we're importing a lot of fish. And we look at things that we're importing. This goes back to the initial conversation.
Right.
How do we fix the things that are hurting us and causing us to not be dependent on ourselves? Mm-hmm. So by doing something like this, and I'm talking keep existing preserves. Those are all federal preserves. They're preserved by the federal government. We know that they have lots of kiosks and things in PD Bomb Hole, the military bases. But what we need to really look at is where are we fishing on a regular basis, right? We have people who fish that whole area from Paseo all the way up into Tumon. And could we zone that out? Could we zone that out and say this from this point to this point is restricted for this period of time so we can allow the population to regenerate itself? Mm-hmm. Then we go further up and we work on that, and we monitor the fish supply, the fish stock, because people go out and monitor our fish stock right now, I guarantee you. Yeah. And so we look at the numbers on what the fish stock is, and then wherever it's the lowest, that's where we start first. And we do this on the eastern side of the island, and the western side of the island.
Jesse's on the line. I'll say, Jesse. I'm sure you're listening to the conversation, right?
I was earlier. I was listening about planting a mango tree and hopefully 10 years later. Is that what it is?
We're talking about indoor farming and how that can assist with our being more sustainable because we're importing 95% of our goods, most especially the produce, right? And then we transition to fishing because that is also a part of sustainability.
I agree with that, Pauly, but, they just need the support and the resources from the government when they decide to go that direction,
Right.
Because I still feel that a lot of farmers, local farmers here, they struggle because when it comes time for support from the government, it takes forever, Yeah, it's almost like just getting it imported.
You're absolutely right, sir. This is John Tavares. So you're absolutely correct. So the problem is it takes them forever, and we'll use the previous typhoons. The crop loss insurance takes forever for them to get. So when they have the crop loss insurance and they do the reporting, it takes them a long time to get rebuilt. Also, this is why I wanted to talk about indoor cultivation and indoor farming, because we can sustain the power. Mm-hmm. There's ways for us to sustain the power so we don't have that crop loss. Now, there's ways, because it's an indoor facility, then you protect the crop that the farmer has so that we don't lose that level of sustainability on our shelves. It's important to diversify our farming techniques versus, we know what works here, and we know that it's been working for a long time. but how do we expand on it? And this is why I wanted to bring this up in the conversation, Jeff.
Yeah, no, and you're right, Pauly. But again, there's going to be some hurdles. Like, for instance, okay, if you're going to do indoor farming, for example, you're going to grow your crops. That's got to be sustainable to future typhoons. Just the facility alone.
Right. Oh, the power bill itself will be pretty expensive, right?
Yeah,
it's not going to solve everything.
It isn't going to solve. So, address the power issue. This is why I wanted to bring it up, because I don't want to hide that we need to do something like we do with the agriculture, the water.
With the water. There would be a subsidy, or the fees would be lower.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of subsidy to help indoor farmers, because the power bill is going to be higher. But when we look at being typhoon-proof too, in these it's in an indoor facility, right, where the crop is protected and you just strap down, versus it being outdoor. If you have trellis nets of cigadizas out in the middle of the, when Typhoon Bobby hit, that whole crop got hit, we lost the whole crop, right? Even if we lose power and we have subsidy, we can help subsidy. We can help work with the entities to make sure that they have power infrastructure, additional power infrastructure, whether it be generators and fuel, to make sure that that's accomplished. And this is why I want to make sure that we look at either the power subsidies or QCs in order to build these facilities, because it is going to be heavily invested, right, if they want to do large scale. But here, there's easy ways to do this. You can get a container for $5,000 to $7,000, get the lights for probably $2,000, and then have an indoor farm built up for less than $15,000.
Solar farms, even solar panels.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, but they just need that support when, when all of the natural Mother Nature coming into play as far as, what can potentially damage that system, because that's pretty much it. It's when we get, the typhoons and tropical storm, that's what tends to harm the crops,
Absolutely. Yeah. And this is, that's why I'm so glad you called, because to me, I want more people to be aware that we got to protect the crops, right? We got to help the farmers, because it's nice to say we're going to help the farmer, but if we're going to take too long to get them the subsidies that they need after the typhoon, so they can start putting seed back down because they lost the whole harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Or we're gonna fail to give them the subsidies that they need when it comes to power, when it comes to water, when it comes to finding new genetics that are going to work here, and be very successful for growth. Those are things that we really need to make sure we're working towards and working with our farmers, not the farmers and no offense to the farmers who are at UOG and ag. What I need to look at is the farmers who are like Mr. Victor Dueñas, somebody who calls in your show all the time, who's in pneumatic and
they're using it to feed themselves and
their family, and they're and subsidizing their life,
right?
Because that's what it is. There's so many families, the Ogans and Malolo too, right? We have so many farmers throughout our island who this is what they depend on. And if we cannot make sure that they're protected, especially people who monocrop, like Uncle Ernie Wiste, who just grows corn. If something happens, these guys are out a lot of money. It's expensive to run a farm. It becomes
yes, very much, man. So I know that firsthand.
Thanks, Jesse. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I know that firsthand. I have a brother-in-law that he has a farm up in Jigo, but I've seen how hard it is just to start it, maintain it, and then after a storm, you go back and take a look at it.
Demoralizing.
In a matter of a couple of hours, it's a totally different look, and it makes you wonder if you should still continue on doing it.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah, no, I get it, Pauly. I agree with you on that, man.
Thanks, Jesse. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
Okay. Thank you. 4:01 in the afternoon. We're up against the clock, but I appreciate the conversation. Obviously, I mean, this is what I kind of want to do moving forward, right? We have issues, And so we can complain about it, or we can bring up solutions and break it down and have a discussion, and people can get involved.
Absolutely.
Right?
So. And I think that's why I ended up here today, because my idea was so it's not out of the box, but it was different than what everybody's saying. And it's because I'm tired of having that same mentality that's not working.
Right.
And I think that we need to start looking at things that are working in places that can work here, and make it happen, and give people the ability to do so. And that's going to take legislation. I know that's going to take legislation, and I think that I've spoken to a bunch of people running, and a lot of people like this idea that we can pivot and bring this in, not just into the community level, but into a different approach of tackling this number.
Right. Well, thanks again. I know we're going to have more conversations with so many candidates too. So if you have an idea and you want to really break it down, then it's an open invitation to everybody. And so I appreciate Jonathan for taking us up on this invitation. KGUM FM in Denver, Guam. We will be right back.
The Iranian mob have moved closer to an agreement on the Strait of Hormuz. This comes after President Trump said a deal to reopen the waterway could be announced soon. The strait's closure has driven up global fuel prices, but speaking in Las Vegas earlier, Trump said that would change once a deal is reached.
We've been bringing down prices, and as soon as this situation ends with Iran, oil is going to go down to the floor, gasoline is going to go down.
Regional officials tell the AP that Iranian and Omanian negotiators have finalized the deal, pending approval from Iran's supreme leader. The government is moving to shut down a Kentucky organ donation group after an HHS investigation.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the government is taking steps to decertify a Kentucky organ donation nonprofit, Network for Hope, which merged with Kentucky organ donor affiliates.
Most organ procurement organizations carry out this work with professionalism, compassion, and deep respect for both donors and recipients. But Network for Hope repeatedly failed to meet those standards. It was a bad apple.
They were accused in 2021 of continuing plans to retrieve organs from patients who unexpectedly showed signs of life. Donna Rohr says her brother, TJ Hoover, suffers PTSD after waking up during the harvesting procedure.
When they finally stopped and acknowledged PJ was still alive, they sent him home with me and said, make him comfortable. He will not last. Well, it's been 5 years and he's still here.
The group says it strongly disagrees with the Secretary's decision and will appeal. I'm Jennifer King.
Months before Lindsay Clancy strangled her 3 children, the family's former nanny said she saw her deal with significant weight loss, insomnia, and post-pregnancy mental health issues. This is AP News. Markets hold on near record territory. We hear about it from the AP's Seth Sutell. I'm Seth Sutell, and this is the AP Market Report. Stocks drifted to a mixed finish on Wall Street. The S&P 500 slipped 0.2% Wednesday from the all-time high it set a day earlier. The Dow added 263 points, that's about 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite lost 0.8%. SpaceX sank 13.6%. Elon Musk's rocket, satellite, internet, and AI company said it was stepping up its spending on artificial intelligence. Disney climbed 3.6%. The entertainment giant reported better results, including a big box office haul from its latest Toy Story movie. The price of Brent crude was little changed at about $79 a barrel. Treasury yields slipped in the bond market. Yield on the 10-year Treasury fell to 4.61%. That's from New York. More news at apnews.com. I'm Mike Hilton, AP News.
We're 4 minutes into the hour, 4 o'clock, and right about now it's time to check the world of Guam. We have to move forward along with Guam Auto Stop. Oh, the fuel friendly Route 16. At the Harlem Loop area, that intersection right there, northbound, ended up too long. You can feel some slow-going traffic here, so just be careful. It is raining over there. Traffic conditions, road conditions are not that good. So yeah, headed up northbound on Route 16 at the Harlem Loop intersection.
7. That and going into round 16 on that same intersection. You're going to also going to have there. Southbound on that same intersection, coming from the mall, headed up to Oregon Heights. Still going traffic there. All right, let's move somewhere along the line. If you are on Route 1, on the JP intersection, headed up northbound, right there, all I see is red line. So you will get to where you need to go. And then southbound on the same intersection, off the JFK intersection. It's not red, it is yellow, so that means it's good again. So, just slow down. And then on Route 14A, coming out of Fremont, going up the hill on that same intersection. I see red, so that means traffic is slow going over there too as well. Alright, that was your look at traffic. Moving forward, we're going auto stock. Don't forget you can check them out on the website at guamautostalk.com. Give them a call, check out their inventory. Set up a test drive, 478-AUTO, 671-478-AUTO. We're going to come back and kick off the pulse like our right group on Wave 105. This is the BrightSide.
As storm recovers from Super Typhoon Bobby, GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep it moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible plans. Or, when you order a phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 76 fuel gas card. Applicable to supply. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Need a truck that works for party season? Then head to Triple Day Ford and make deals on big wheel sales events for a limited time. Score prices below unit cost and drive one of America's best-selling trucks for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, Strider, STX, or one-equipped XLT. All backed with a straight capability and innovation and with 4 deliveries. The bold ways unstopped with snow. Visit Triple Day Ford and Upper Suba and get big deals and shop online at tripledayfarm.com. Triple Day Ford, customers first.
Half a day, I'm Callan Terrence and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Terrence.
Get tickets to Taiwan. Join the Guam photo hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Half a day. I'm Ted Woodrow, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Ted Woodrow, and I approve this message.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's home, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, and a mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Wave 105 FM.
right, either way, let's get back to Mr. Pauly. We want to thank our sponsors once again, and that's Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J. It's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home in a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. VCA, we start with you. Chili Thrilling Bar at Chili's, more like great food and memories happening here. And MicroPack. Get your travel camera and storage essentials at MicroPack today. Thanks for hanging out with us on the bright side. The sun's starting to come out as well. And so we are online at wave105.com and on YouTube. If you tune into our YouTube channel, you'll see our wonderful guests in studio. And so for the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to focus on some initiatives that Auntie Terry Guevara-Smith has been working so hard on for years now, right? And so Sarah Thomas Netadog, we all know Sarah. And so you guys are like besties, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. She's my sidekick.
There you go. And so every time you come home, you guys tag team and you take Auntie Terry to so many people's homes and the Guam Museum and whatnot, so you can conduct these interviews, right? And so, and so for our audience, to remind them all the work that you have been doing with the Library of Congress, we'll start there because there's a number of initiatives you're doing.
Yes, there's 2 major issues that I'm doing, trying to help our veteran island leaders.
Right.
So let's start with the Library of Congress.
Yeah.
In 2020, I was able to tell my story at the library itself on the top of the clock tower.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yes, the Library of Congress, the largest library in the whole wide world.
Right.
That Library of Congress was told back in 2000 by law, mandated by Congress saying, hey, you guys need to start capturing the military stories of all the veterans. This is 25 years ago. 2020, I got involved. 2021, COVID hit. 22, my husband, we had to fight his cancer. So 2022, January, I did my first veteran interview with a Native American who just happened to be married to a Chamorro woman in California. So since then, I've just been jumping and riding and climbing the planes and wherever I go with my husband on travel, because now he's cancer-free, we're both retired. Let's go see family and friends. And when I do that, I make an effort to reach out to the Chamorro veterans that I know that's in that state, right? I say, hey, I'm coming, and I want to spend some time and give you guys a week. I want to interview veterans from there. And please, let's try to hit the Vietnam veterans, right? So those are my connections. The connection is to the Chamorro veteran community that's in the United States, which is all over the United States, right? So 2023, I was home. And I came to the show and said, I'm here. Here's my phone number. I'll be hanging out in the Ganya Library. Did that for 3 weeks. Then I came back last year. I'm back. Okay. I'm at the library. But the problem with the library, you can only use it Monday to Thursday because they're conference room. Okay. So I only have 4 days. 4 days for a month of straight interviews. I was able to go home with 23 veteran stories. And that was the last 4 days. No, 4 weeks.
Oh, 4 weeks. Okay.
The max for me is 3 veterans a day.
Okay.
Because you can imagine, especially talking to our combat veterans,
you want to take your time
listening to the stories, right? So it's you know, I have to take care of myself too, you know, not be too sad and too overstressed. So I try my best to do 3, but if I have to, I would do 4 a day, right? But what it is that I am a volunteer. I don't work for the library. I'm a volunteer as an interviewer/contributor. I capture the stories via my laptop, video.
I talk to the veterans. There are a set of questions, and I send it to them on WhatsApp so they can read it and know it. And in fact, some of them would actually type on it to help them remember what they want to say. And these are mostly the Vietnam veterans.
You said sometimes you get sad.
Yeah, because especially the war stories, but not only the war stories, the discrimination that our veterans had to go through. And it's not only the Chamorro veterans, it's also other minority veterans that, was in the military like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, right? So discrimination was there in the military. It was there in the Army, it's there in the Marines, the Navy, and the Air Force. But, I tell the veterans, do not hold back. Your story, please don't think that you have to give the good story. If you have anything sad or bad or something that you went through.
So don't be afraid to be critical.
Right. And be honest. And if you, it's your story, it's your legacy. It's going to be there in history. Today, the young veteran that I interviewed, he said he wanted to leave a legacy. I said, man, this is the legacy right here. Your video is there forever. When you and I are gone, 100 years from now, your great-great-grand is going to search your name and see you and hear you and just be proud because you're talking about your military story. I mean, how many children actually know the military story of their mom and dad if they were in the military, or their brother, or their uncle and auntie? They don't talk about it. This 25 years ago, this law, it put it out there. Hey, you guys, talk about your military story so it doesn't die with you. Right. Put it in history because it's not only going to help your personal life, your family, right, and the value of your family, knowing your story and feeling you and you service to this nation, you committed, you sacrificed, you went to war, right? And even peacetime, it's okay. Peacetime, you did sacrifices and did commitments, right? But the other side of this storytelling is when it comes to these researchers, not only in the United States, but all over the world. They might want to come and research what is a Pacific Islander veteran? What are the medical issues they have? What are the PTSD issues they have? How many have served in the military? That's what this story is about because as a researcher, you can go into the Library of Congress online and say, hey, I'm a researcher, I would like to conduct research. And it's not only for professionals, science, political, Fortune 500 companies, wanting to start a company, they want to know what's there on the island. It's not only that, it's also a student, high school, doing a piece of paper on Pacific Island veterans or a paper on veterans from Vietnam. Like there's actually a student here doing that with the Vietnam veterans, right? Frank Floric is helping me reach the Vietnam veterans because he has to do a piece on Vietnam veterans and he's here to interview Vietnam veterans from Guam. So it's research, it's getting to know us. And, we always say that we are the most veterans in the United States arsenal because we have more veterans coming in the military per capita than any state and territory, right? The National Guard from Guam here in the reserves, they see more battles than any National Guard and reserve, 50 states and the 5 other territories, right? Let's prove it and show it. I have 85 today. Number 85 was today. I interviewed that Vietnam veteran. Number 85. I have a lot of catching up because there's 4 million veterans, and according to the last 2010 census, there's 8,000 veterans on this island, and 800 of them are women. This is 2010, right? So I got a lot of work to do, but I'm not by myself. Former Congressman Dr. Underwood did this in 2023 with a few
of men and women who wanted to do that. And he brought those stories to the Library of Congress, and the Guam Society had a nice opening for him, presenting the stories of our veterans from here per Dr. Underwood's effort, right? And so I've been working with the American Legion. They are so supportive. They gave me their building for 2 weeks. I got here last week. I started this week. I still got another week at the American Legion. The Library of Congress Veterans History Project team is coming to Guam.
Wow.
They want to capture stories as well. Okay, they're not enough with my 85. Okay, they want more. So they are actually coming. They're sending a team of 2 interviewers, right, from the library. And I've been working hard with them, trying to get our veterans individually set. So they're coming on the 17th, but they're not interviewing to the 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
Okay.
I have 3 locations that I'll set up. Thank you to American Legion, Commander Chris Torren. Thank you to VVA, Vietnam Veteran, Joe Yatar. And thank you to Mayor Anthony Chagla, a veteran. Joe and Anthony, I interviewed last year. They are giving me their location. However, when it comes to VVA, because of the typhoon, I had to shift to GOVA, the government VA, up in Hagåtña.
Right.
So, Joe San Agustin has given, his conference room.
Okay.
So, for the central, it's going to be at GOVA. For the north, it's going to be at the American Legion. And when you're at the American Legion, take time, because they have great food there, great cooks there, right? And it's right there in Tumuning, very easy to find. And then for the south, I will be at the south. I will be at the south, capturing the stories from Melissa and Marahan, Talapofo, and anyone else in that area who wants to tell a story. And in fact, last night or this morning, Leon Guerrero, veteran Melissa, he got my flyer because my flyer's been going out. My schedule's been going out throughout Ethernet, right? He said, Auntie Terry, I got your flyer. Can you tell me more? I'm from Louisville. I talked to him. I gave him all the information, the schedule, the questions, the flyer. He said, Auntie, I'm going to put it in Melissa's news website. And it's going to hit all the veterans. I said, baby, please, because I'm the one who's going down the side. And I want to do the veterans, but I don't want to sit in the mayor's office. No, I'm going to the mayor's office.
In line?
In a line. I want to sit there, and I don't want to just sit there and wait. I'm going to sit there, and I'm going to have the name of the veteran, and the time he's going to be there. And when it's his time, he's going to come. So this guarantees me that I'm sitting there, and I'm going to do these veterans. And for the library's effort, okay, their time is 9, 11 in the morning, 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. They can do 4, okay? So, up north is American Legion. Central is the GOVA. And south is the Inalahan Mayor's office, and that's where I'll be at. Each day, from the 18th to the 22nd, we're going to do 4 veterans a day, right? So I need veterans to call me so I can put them on there for the South, but also for my effort. I still got a week left in American Legion, and then after the library leaves, I still got another week, and I'll be at the GOVA that last week of August before I take off.
I have somebody already reaching out, so they want to schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As I'm sending this out, right, as you're telling me the information, correct me if I'm wrong, August 18th to the 22nd?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're going to be at the GOVA office, the American Legion office in Tumuning, and Inalahan Mayor's office, right? And so 4 interviews a day, 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yes. And all they have to do is text me on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Or they can text me on regular chat because my phone is set for international calls, right? And you can email me. So I just need to get it because I need to plan ahead and schedule. It's really important that I schedule because I don't want a veteran to be sitting outside on the street waiting because I give the veterans 2 hours. But Pauly, I don't stop them from telling their story. My record breaker is a Marine tomorrow from Houston, Texas. A Marine E9 retiree, 5 hours. And I thought that this admiral that used to be the admiral for the Colonel War here in Guam in the high 80s, 2 and 45 minutes, 2 hours and 45 minutes. I thought he broke my record. I go to Houston this year, I did some interviews, and I hit a family of 3 veterans. The Marine, and then his dad, a Vietnam veteran, a Bronze Star. And the story on that, the Marine retired. The father came to him after the ceremony, handed him a box. The young man opened it. It was a Bronze Star. He said, Dad, I didn't get a Bronze Star, even though he went to Iraq and Afghanistan. I didn't get a Bronze Star. He said, son, I did. He did not know. But he got his father's story. So when I interviewed Dad, the son was next to me, and he was able to help the dad tell the story because the dad had problems articulating and remembering what happened or how he won that Bronze Star. And then, not only that, the father-in-law is staying with them. So there's 3 households of veterans. 2 Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan.
You said that you have a lot of work to do, right? And so while you're here, looking at your schedule, is it open or like what days are available now? So far, all the slots?
Next week for me, I am open for next week, right? So, but it's first come, first serve, right? But if need be, you don't have to come to the American Legion. If you are bedridden or you can't drive, let me know. And I will make sure I don't schedule a veteran in one of those times, and I go to you. And I come to your house, right? And I interview you there, right? So I'm flexible, but I need to know, right? So, yeah, next week is open, and please, you don't have to be Vietnam veteran. You could be peacetime. Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine, Space Force, Coast Guard, Reserve, including CBs. The last time I was here, I did a maritime CB guy. If I'm here, it's not tomorrow. I did him. Why is he here? Because he loves this island, right? I did a story. So it's for all veterans. You can do 1 term or a half a term. Don't matter. You can do 30 years. You can do 20. It don't matter. And please stand up for me. I want to hear your story. Because peacetime is like 20 years.
Are you allowed to share the question?
Yeah, of course. The very first question is introduce yourself. And when it comes to our tomorrow people, I found out that just doing a lot of interviews, that our culture is the only one that has family names, and we are true to the family name, and that the family name links you to a specific family, right? Especially like the Cruz family, the Perry family, so big, right? But if you say, like, I'm a Taitano and I'm a Chirot, and then you say, I'm a Quetu, oh, you're in my chain, but I'm actually Chirot, but that's my great-grandfather, right? He wore Chirot shoes, patent leather shoes around Sanahanya. So there, it's a gift, it's Chirot, right? And ever since then, his family lines is Chirot. So I always stress, please, when you say, my name is Teresita Guevara Smith, Dr. Orchid, I'm from Orchid, I am Cruz Hongo, and I am Guevara Caleb. And I'm also Taitano, so I'm also Puerto. I'm also Chilinco for the Guerrero side, right? Tell your family, because you don't know who in 50, 100 years from now, that young man, because we continue this custom and tradition of sharing our family name, he might want to do a keyword, Chirot or Kelu, and bam, here's all the Kelus that Auntie Terry captured, right? Here's the Kelus, because it was mentioned. Because nowadays it's keywords, and whatever you say is a keyword. So when you do research, it will pop up. Keyword, your mom and dad. And please mention, second question, who's your mom and dad and what did they do? If your father was in the military, if your brother and sister was in the military, if your children was in the military, bring their story in. The only spouse or parent that could tell a story of a veteran who's gone, right, is a gold star. But this is the catch on capturing your father's story who's Vietnam. If you know his story, tell his story with your story when I say, who's your mom and dad? Oh, my dad was Vietnam veteran. He stayed 20 years. He was in the Marines. He retired here. We moved, i.e., Sarah's dad, right? Vietnam veteran, right? Her husband, look, if I could capture his story, he can tell her dad's story. Oh, my father-in-law was a Vietnam veteran. He did this, he did that, because I haven't told him. Bring that story into your story because we want to show proof that in Guam and the CNMI, every family, practically every family, local family, Filipino family even, there's a family member that was in the military, either grandfather, father, child, or grandchild. I interviewed a young lady yesterday. Her daughter was in, right? She talked about her daughter, right? The daughter's not here, but she talked about the daughter. The same guy, yes, the one I told you about today, he's got grandkids in the military, right? So, I'm here. I'm going to interview you. I'm going to make sure that your culture, your tradition, as a Chamorro American, and then as an American veteran, and that you're an American veteran because of our liberation, July 21st, 1944, like I did, 45 years, 21 active duty, and then 24 DOD civilian, went to Iraq, Second Gulf War, active duty, volunteered to go to Iraq when I was a civilian, carry a Glock. Why? Because I wanted to pay back, Pauly. That's all it is. I have a good life here in Guam. I didn't have no boyfriend. I don't have no child. Right? I don't have no husband. Why did I come into my mother almost died during World War II twice. And she always wanted to be in the military. And I knew that. So ROTC High School, Junior ROTC High School, GW, 1975 graduate. I was in ROTC. Left 1976 to join the Army. Stayed there for 21. Took my uniform off. Got into a civilian uniform on Monday, after I took it off on Friday, and served 24 more. I am done. I'm done paying bills. Now I'm paying forward with this Library of Congress Veteran History Project. Paying forward to Cliff, her husband, my brother, my cousin, my classmates, my uncles, my aunties. I'm paying forward. This effort helps me pay forward. Capture that story, put it in the archive, and it's easy. I go on the metro from Branch Avenue in Upper Marble, Maryland, catch the metro. It's 30 minutes, I'm at the Library of Congress. But before I go there, I stop by your congressman's office. I lay the packets out like I did last year, 25 of them, took a picture, then took all those packets and walked it over to the Library of Congress. Did the same thing, took pictures. Because I want to show off. I want to show off my brother and sisters who are from this island, okay? This is how many Chamorros that's in the system now. Their archive and their legacies now. So when you research them, you will find them. So I always stop by your congressman's office. Even if he's not there, they open the door, I put it down, I take pictures. Then I take it to the library. And just recently, the library is 25 years old now. The Veteran History Project, right? They asked me to interview. They're doing a documentary. Wow. A group from Boston came to D.C. They asked me, can you do the piece for the volunteers as a veteran? A volunteer, but as a veteran. I said, of course. You know where they took me up to? The clock tower.
Okay.
I went back up to the clock tower. Iconic room with old books surrounding me. And one of the questions was, what how would you feel if those books were starting to talk? And they're talking to you. I said, wow, that's the ultimate payback from the Library of Congress, to pay back to me for doing all these stories, right? It's like, I'm hearing the veterans I interviewed talking, right? I'm hearing them left and right all over. We have a lot of heroes, Pauly. Bronze Stars twice. One of the veterans in San Antonio, 2 Bronze Stars. Veterans in San Antonio, Vietnam. Not only Bronze Star, baby, but Vietnam. Gallantry Cross. Oh my God, we have a lot of heroes. Can I tell you one story?
Yeah.
You know? This is more veteran, right? He has from Vietnam. He's a line infantryman, right? Ranger, danger, paratrooper, right? His mission had the M60 machine gun with his assistant, right? Assistant gunnery, army, okay? He protected his men, spraying with his M60 machine gun to the enemy, right? He's in the front, where everybody's running to the helicopter, bringing their partners, the Vietnam military, because they came to help them get out, right? This veteran, with his rosary, because he was collecting a rosary a month from the priest, because every Sunday he goes to Mass, and once a month he gets a rosary, and he says the rosary every day, right? He's there in the front, just praying, no hit. However, when he looked at his helmet, there was a dime hole in the front of his helmet, and in the back, it's a quarter-sized hole. The bullet went into his helmet, ricocheted around his head, came out in the back. And he said he's probably thinking because they were too far, that the effectiveness of the force of the weapon didn't really go into, straight ahead. It ricocheted. So here's this guy with 12 rosaries, going to Mass, right? And saying the rosary every day. No injury at all, right? And then also, he's being sprayed with Agent Orange. His friends around him, a lot of them died from Agent Orange, from cancer, Agent Orange. He, today, has no cancer, no Agent Orange, because his faith and his belief. 2 miracles in Vietnam. Those are the stories that I captured, I can only do 3, but can you imagine, we got heroes. We got heroes, and I love capturing those heroes, but when it's time to tell the story about the war, I don't force them. Can you talk about the war? And some of them do, but some of them don't. This one guy got a bronze star in Vietnam from San Antonio. He didn't want to tell the story. He said, I'm not one of those who would tell the story, but he got one. And a gallantry cross, but he didn't want to tell. But a lot of our guys have told the story about how they got it, how they got that bronze star, and how they got the Purple Heart. But my joy was this young Iraq and Afghanistan Timor veteran, Command Sergeant Major, 2 bronze stars. 2 bronze stars. You get the bronze star when you do something heroic. Right? And he got 2.
I know I'm up against the clock because we have to get to traffic, but do you mind staying back just a little bit longer? Because I know we want to talk about another initiative, right?
Oh, yes.
You got me all emotional, too.
I know, don't cry.
My glasses are getting foggy. So, Ryan, you want to just transition now? Yeah? Okay. So we will transition into traffic and move forward once again with this small model spot. So things are getting more congested around Route 1, especially if you try to use that detour on Hamburger Road to get over to 16. Expect major delays there. I'm already seeing mild congestion on Route 16 in the Harmon Loop area. Trying to get out of Tumon on near Tarzan Water Park back onto 1, expect delays then. And then continuing through Marine Corps Drive into Getaway, I don't see too many issues with yet. But that's all going to change as we get closer to the 5 o'clock hour. Helping you move forward, once again, that's Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today, 478 Auto. View their inventory on their website, guamautospot.com.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors aim to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.com.
Need a truck that works with party season? Then head to Triple Door Ford and big deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score pricing will be at cost and drive home America's best-selling trucks for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the regular XL, stylish STS, or weather-equipped XLT. All backed by the straight-painted moving with innovation only 4 deliveries. With one word, all stock must go. Visit Triple Day Ford and Upper Fremont or get free bridge and shop online at tripledayford.com. Triple Day Ford, customers free.
Guam recovers from super typhoon Barbie. GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For a limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible plans. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100.76 fuel gas card. If your conditions apply, visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Hey, I'm Senator Jones, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Super Joe, and that's what this is.
Confident Guam, the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Street, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry planners. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and show the Guam hospitality industry. The Rick Fair 2026. Visit UHRA.org for details.
Get ready. Something big is coming to your neighborhood. A brand new Cost-U-Less experience is almost here, bringing family fun, entertainment, and giveaways. Follow Cost-U-Less Guam on Facebook or Instagram for details. Something exciting is coming soon.
It all connects. The girl who works for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, a millionaire. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
105 FM. The BrightSide right here on Wave 105. Let's send it back to Mr. Pauly. Suba.
Well, thank you once again for hanging out with us here on the BrightSide. If you're tuned into our YouTube, once again, you'll see our guest in studio, Auntie Carrie Guevara-Smith, and also Sarah Thomas, who provides so much support and love, and we really appreciate all your efforts as well. And so, I mean, every time Auntie Carrie comes, you know, you're right there by her side, and so you obviously know the importance of this work, right?
Absolutely, and I'm always, I always feel so blessed when I hear from her, and we talk, and we message each other almost daily, and she keeps me updated on the people that she sees in the mainland and her plans when she comes to Guam, and what she's doing here, and I'm just always, I'm a community-spirited person, right? I've dedicated my life to that, but I'll tell you, I have so much respect and admiration for Carrie because she does this truly as a volunteer, and she's moved by her love for our people and what her true commitment that the stories of our folks who have served in the military have to be told, and they have to be preserved for generations to come. No one has ever really done this, and certainly not to this extent, and done it just from their heart, on their own, and she doesn't get paid to do that, and really, there's I'm sure, many officers that would hire people to come and do this really great work, because it's something that's going to be around for decades,
Oh, yeah.
And so, I love her, I love her and her husband and what they do. And not only that, for those that have ever gone to the East Coast and visited D.C., more than likely
very hospitable.
They have come to her house, which is, I always say, that's our Guam Museum over there. And she's always opening up her house and her heart to us from Guam. And this project not only captures the experiences of our military folks from Guam, but also those from our region. And that's another thing that I think has Terry stands apart from others, maybe because she's inclusive of our people in our region. So it is them also that she is working towards having a collective voice in Washington, D.C. in Congress coming up in the next week or so. And she'll hear talk about that as well. So that's Terry Smith. She's committed, she's passionate, she looks at the big picture, she looks at everyone, very inclusive, and she does it from her heart. And so, I am forever grateful, just as a person that comes from Guam, for her contributions and the little tiny things that I do, which is stay close to her, be her Uber if she needs one, help her find people or whatever she needs. I feel like it's a blessing that I could even do that for her, and for something that is so significant and important. And maybe people don't realize
it doesn't go unnoticed. It's very important.
It's like I hope that listening to her, you can not only hear it, but you can feel it in her voice. That there's a lot of love there, and a lot of dedication to this. And she's referred oftentimes to Vietnam vets, that she really reaches out to them, and that's because many of them have come of age. And when I say that, I'm saying they're already in their late 70s and 80s, and we're just so happy that they're still alive and willing to share their stories. But that is a group that we know little about. And as you said, Guam has a significant number of theater vets per capita. We beat so many states and territories. We have been so loyal and also have contributed to the defense of the United States more than they may know about us. And this is a way also to educate the federal government and to educate Congress and just the people in the U.S. about Guam. What is, because they say, who are those people from Guam? And, they're just an island way out there. They don't know how precious our people are and what we've done not only for ourselves, but for the people all over. And as you know, even our diaspora, they made so many contributions, and I'm just always excited that when Terry comes to Guam and knowing of the good work that she does, it's amazing. So
there's another initiative, right? And that we haven't even touched on it. Leaders to Leadership Engagement Session, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Only when I left you in June 15, I left the island last year. Just like I felt when I left in 2023. Came home and felt sad because here I am sitting in Maryland. I have 5 VA hospitals. I have CBOCs all over the place. I have regional offices, vet centers all over. I have so many benefits from VA surrounding me. But I come home, then I hear I don't have this, I don't have that. You know, I hear sad stories like my father died on the plane on the way to the VA hospital in Hawaii, or my wife didn't make it to the VA hospital in Hawaii. You know, and he couldn't get on the plane because they passed away. I said, you know what, Teresita, you're going to do something. And I think that was God speaking to me. I came home June 15th. June 18th, I was sitting in front of the director of the Center of Minority Veterans. They are responsible, in VA, responsible to ensure that all minorities are given the fair share and the programs is conducive and it's helpful to them, or it's not helpful to them. And I was part of this advisory committee appointed by the VA secretary back in 2014, 15, 16 or something. I served 2 terms. So I know the capacity and capability of this center. So I went to them. I got a meeting from them. And I said, I need help. I need to do something for my island. I need to do something. How about bringing the island leaders to you here in VA? Host them, right? And by the way, we got so many FAS. We got the CNMI, not just Guam. And then we also have the 3 associate states. The Republic of Palau, the Republic of Marshall Islands, and the Federal States of Micronesia. Many, many men and women from those islands volunteered, went to Iraq, Afghanistan, Persian Gulf, got injured. But yet, all they have is the federal medical plan, where they can go anywhere like Guam or the States, and they'll pay back the trip, and they'll take care of you. But if you're not a U.S. citizen, you go home and you don't become a U.S. citizen, you don't have a benefit, right? So I told the director, let's go ahead and include Micronesia. Let's do Micronesia, because whatever Guam has, it's going to affect Micronesia. Later, I included Asia, because Guam is here, Hawaii is 8 hours away. You have veterans in Korea, right? Married to locals, either serving for DOD or serving as a private industry there in Korea, Japan, and Philippines. There's over 30,000 veterans, American veterans in the Philippines. We do not have a VA hospital, a regional center, or a national cemetery on this island. The closest is Hawaii, 8 hours away. Why not? Why? Only because of geographical location and population. Okay, I'm going to do something. So, what I did was, VA, since day one, said, Minority Veterans Center, a director, we're going to do this. We're going to do this first, We're going to do this. So, I planned 4 days.
Okay.
Veteran island leaders from organizations that have veterans within their organizations. I'm talking about 3rd Marine Division, American Legion, Barrigada veterans, the Brotherhood of Motorcycle. I'm talking about Dedadu veterans, Fleet Reserve, Gold Star, including Gold Star. There's benefits for Gold Star. Independent Vietnam veterans, Korean American veterans, Purple Heart veterans, VFW, 1509-2917. My favorite, the Vietnam Veterans of America, 668, right? And the women veterans. And then, oh, by the way, Sinamai, this district of 4 Pacific areas, Brett Rosalo, he's a veteran from VFW. The buddy check from Commonwealth of Northern Marianas. Then we go to FSM. You got the Office of VA there. And then you got the VA Association of Pohnpei State. Then you go to Republic of Marshall Islands. You got the Ministry of Foreign Affairs there is a veteran. Then American Legion is there. And then Palau, you got the PAL Vets, the U.S. Armed Forces Veterans, and Association of Palau. These are veterans not on the island, but they're veterans surrounding they're part of our Micronesian group of veterans, right? That's a lot. And like I said, in 2010, there's supposed to be 8,000 in Guam alone. But can you imagine what it is now in 2026? If they had that survey in 2020? And speaking about that survey, I'm trying to change that census. Because it only asks the head of the household, how many are you a veteran? And if you are, what campaign did you serve? And are you using your GI Bill? And do you have compensation? One veteran. Remember the guy from Houston?
Right.
Family of 3 veterans?
Right.
Well, when he did it in 2010, he's missing 2. So actually, Texas is not getting the true number. Maryland, my husband and I both military, when I do that census, it's only asking me. I don't talk about my husband being a retired veteran as well. Maryland is using numbers. And numbers from the Census Bureau is important for budget, right?
Yes.
And accountability.
Yes.
And that's the only place, authorized place for any federal government, for any program, to capture a number of population of veterans.
We're already at a disadvantage then, because that's why they say we don't get certain services or facilities.
Not enough people. But the census is scared. You need to fix the census, so I'm trying to fix it with Maryland.
Okay.
If I fix it with Maryland and show that Maryland's losing veterans, so is Virginia, Connecticut, Ohio, and the other territories. But really, 50 states are losing budget because they're not really counting all the veterans. Right.
Real numbers.
How long have a woman veteran been a woman veteran? Since World War II. But when you ask for one person, only one person can answer.
Right.
Okay, I diverse. Let's go back. Leaders to leadership, right? Engagement session. I wanted to do something, Pauly. I can't just stay home. I have the placement and the access. Being in Maryland, up to Marlboro. It's easy for me to get to Metro and write it up to McPherson Square, VA headquarters, right? Easy. To go to your congressman, easy. To go to the CNMI congresswoman, she's right above him, easy. To go to American Samoa congresswoman, she's on the other building, but it's easy. Go to the library, it's easy. It's easy for me to walk. So since June 18, every month, I've been trekking the Metro to VA and to Congress, because when I decided to do this and VA said, let's do it, the next person I went to was Congressman Moreland, a veteran who I interviewed last year. So I know he's a veteran because I captured his great story, right? To include the 4 other legislators that you have here, the 2 speakers, Sunaga Singh, another senator, and Boha. I captured their stories, right? So I know that they're here, and I know that he's a veteran. I told him what was going on, what I wanted to do. He said, Terry, let's do it. I'm here. I'm here for you. Just tell us what you need. So I went back to VA. I said, okay, the congressman of Guam is ready and he's supporting. The next place I went to was the ambassadors of Palau.
Okay. KGUM-FM in Dededo, Guam. And so when you bring in these leaders, leaders-to-leaders engagement, what is it like a time to discuss all the efforts and all the challenges that their jurisdictions are facing?
Yes. Okay, there's 2 points. I'll bring the leaders here. The 2 points is that VA for 2 days will train them on what is the current program process and procedures. So when they go back home, they go tell their veteran in their organization, this is the true fact on compact. the PAC Act. This is true on community care. This is true for the DIC for the spouse or for the spousal their benefits, because they got it from a subject matter expert from the specific administration, either from the VBA, the benefits, from the NCA, the cemetery, or the CHA is the health, right? They're going to get trained for 2 days. But not only that, each individual leader will have 10 minutes, because VBA is different from VFW or is different from the Third Marine Division, right? Their needs are different. So each leader, and I have 23 of them, are going to be able to articulate for 10 minutes to the Center of Minority Veterans and to the other leadership of VBA, VHA, and NCA. They're going to hear what are the issues from a leader. Has this been done? Have any leaders been over to D.C., to VA headquarters, and face-to-face these guys? I don't think so. I've been living in Maryland since 1993. I retired. So I don't think so, right? So the effort
You're organizing.
Huh?
That's what you're doing. You're organizing.
I'm trying to make a difference,
Yeah.
Pauly. And the difference is because Auntie Terry can walk and talk. Then let me walk and talk and fight for you. But I got you, VA leaders. The good thing is we got the secretary, right? And if the secretary commits, all the other deputy secretaries are going to commit, right? I got him to commit, so we're going to have him. So 5 top leaders, because not everybody can speak, because we don't have the whole day with them. So we got one from Guam, one from Sinamai, FAS.
Okay.
But not only that, Pauly, we all know VA does not stand alone. VA's budget is, where is it coming from? Congress.
Right.
And I had a meeting with your congressman today, and I looked at him, I said, we know where that budget's coming up. And I was pointing at him. It's coming from you. So we need to make a difference with the HVAC, House VA Committee, and the SVAC, the Senate VA Committee. Your congressman has given me Mike Kyoka. He is the legislative director, right? He's been working so hard since January. His mission is to get those leaders in front of these committees. HVAC. 3 women from the Pacific Islanders are part of that. I'm talking about congresswomen, okay? From states, Sinamai, Samoa, and Hawaii. 3 of them.
Okay.
And then the Senate, there's 48 of them. I don't remember seeing any Pacific Islanders. But I know that the SVAC and the HVAC has put in legislation already because they want to help us. I know that. I know that from Mike. And Mike has been a great help because he's the guy who's going to make the ultimate impact for our veterans here. Because Marlon's office has to be the office to go to the staffers at the HVAC and say, hey, we need a round table. We've got 23 veterans. We're going to come to you and we want to talk to your committee members.
Right.
And that's when our veterans are going to talk to the committee members. And the round table is better than a hearing because the congressmen and women are more relaxed.
Sure.
And we can have 2 hours with them, you know?
Right.
And then the SVAC is the same way. Those guys are really concerned about the veterans. Why? Because a lot of these guys in the House and the Senate are veterans. There are so many veterans this term ever before. And a lot of them are in these committees, right? So they're sympathetic, right? So Congressman Marlon's office, I'm so grateful because since day one, they've been helping me. I cannot fight this battle by myself. I cannot do this work by myself, which is why I got Sarah Tomas Netaduk. I knew her since 2014. I know that she works with veterans on health, right? I know that. So she's a great asset, especially when it comes to grants, right, and stuff like that. So I need Sarah on my side. The other one, senior champion, Mr. Joe Yatar from Manila, Vietnam veteran. He came here, retired here as an ATC, first ATC tomorrow. He stayed here and he's been advocating. He's the first vice chair to the commission, and he's the board of director of BVA. Who else could my senior champion be but Mr. Yatar, right? And I interviewed him, so I know his story, but he's the best because anytime I need to ask a question about policy, about political stuff, reference to veterans, I'm on it with him, and he's giving me time. Frank Flores, another one. Oh my God, motorcycle club. He knows how many veterans we've been losing a week, 3 to 5 a week, right? Where else can you get true fact about how many veterans a week passes away? Because his club, his motorcycle men and women who are veterans are the one who picks them up at the airport, takes them to the funeral home, and then takes them to the cemetery. And they also do FAS guys, right? So Frank is in the team. There's a team of 4. There's only 4 of us. Because I'm not here on Guam. They are. They understand the problems, right? And Sarah's a dependent to a veteran, a retired veteran. So
when is your next meeting with either Congressman Moylan or?
I just had one today.
So when's the next one? Are you gonna stay connected with him? And
my book is here. I can run down the dates and how many times I go to his office. And when he's not there because he's here, it's okay. Because Mike actually is the person who is the point man that he assigned to us.
And you got him on speed dial.
Oh, WhatsApp, email,
got it.
Regular phone. Baby is Auntie Terry.
There you go.
Okay, Auntie. And his office has been so helpful, really. Every time I come there, Auntie, are you okay? Yeah, I just want to talk to Mike. And your congressman's not here, right? He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. I said, okay. Let me just talk to Mike and then Berdalia, the chief of staff there, right? I'm there every month, Pauly, and I'm also there every month to VA, right? Because out of sight, out of mind. And I want this effort to work. And this is not a one and done. In 2 years, we're coming back again. Speaking about coming back, going to DC is very expensive, right? Cost me a lot of money to come here from Maryland, DC to San Francisco to Japan, and then back. It's a lot of money. So I told myself, I got to work hard. That's why I got Sarah too, right? For advice for budget, right? And grants. I went to your speaker. I said, sir, I need help with the United Airlines. I don't want our guys to pay for the trip to go from Guam to DC and then back. Can you help with comps? He said, yeah, I can get the executives. I can talk to them. So we're going to have a meeting with them tomorrow, right, at 1:30. To find out, what's going on.
I'll stay connected with you because I'm very interested. Our veterans, living here, they have so many gaps in healthcare, obviously, right? And so, we want to just make sure that they've sacrificed so much, right? Especially like you're talking about combat veterans, the trauma that they live with every day, the health care that they've earned it, right? And however, they had to either leave the island or pay for these expensive flights to go back. They can't stay for very long. Families can't go with them because they still have to work. There are so many challenges, right? And the easy thing is to just leave. However, people want to stay where they grew up. They want to retire. They want to die here. And so for so many reasons, we need to be able to support our veterans, right? And so,
get them the benefits.
Right. And so I know I'm running out of time, but I definitely do want to stay connected with you on this initiative and your other initiatives.
This initiative, the leadership is going to happen September 19th.
There you go.
To the 27th. They're coming Saturday and they're leaving Sunday.
Okay.
We're going to work hard for a whole week. And then Saturday, we're going to have a fiesta for veterans, right? And then Sunday, they can go home. Okay. But they're going to work hard. Those veteran leaders who are coming are going to fight for their veterans here, right? I brought them there. Do the work now. I'm going to sit back because it's on you now. Right. And those guys are pumped. They're ready. But I don't want them to pay for their flight. I don't want them to pay for hotels. They're going to stay with me, all 23. And transportation. Here's some more veterans from San Antonio, the command sergeant major I told you about, and the first sergeant, the two Bronze Stars, they have companies. They're going to host the guys. They're going to have 2 vans. They're going to be the drivers. They're going to be our Uber, and we don't have to pay for it. So we got transportation. If we can get that airlines, we got the housing. We got the Guam Society paying for the food. We just have to spend money for souvenirs and gifts for their wives, because their wives are going to stay home, right? And go out if they want to go out and celebrate, right? So I'm trying, and I'm grateful for Command Sergeant Major Camacho, Gabe Camacho, and First Sergeant Iglesias, buddy buddies. They have this company, and they want to help. And this is their way to help their family here, the veterans here. And they're from San Antonio, right? They're going to pay for the transportation.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for,
Pauly.
most especially for just your compassion. My goodness, you're very passionate, but more so you're so compassionate towards all veterans. You've walked in their shoes. You yourself have been deployed to Iraq, and so you know all of the challenges they face. And Sarah, thank you so much, for continuing to support this endeavor. It's just such a wonderful venture, and you're capturing these stories for the rest of time.
Yes.
And so we thank you so much for coming in. I already gave the call letters. I do want to thank our sponsors before we go to the break. I don't want them to wait too long. So we want to thank GTA, We Start With You, Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh, Triple J, remember you got the new Ford F-150 starting at just $39.95. Visit $39.95. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Micropack, don't miss a memory. Get your travel cameras and storage essentials at Micropack today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Thank you so much, Auntie Terry.
Thank you for
Sarah.
Thank
We will
Thank you to the Wave.
Absolutely.
Go Wave.
We will take the break now. This is Wave 105.
As Guam recovers from Super Typhoon Bobby, GTA is here to help you and keep you moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible plans. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credit. Inventory will recovery. You'll also receive a free $100 service fuel gas card. Get with the veterans abroad. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Know the truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple Day Ford and big deals on big wheel sales events. For limited time, score prices below unit cost and drive one of America's best-selling trucks for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the Logan XL, Skyline, STX, or Limit XL2. All backed by the straight paying limited limitations on the Ford deliveries. But don't wait, all stock or start. Visit Triple Day Ford in Upper Suba and get free proof and shop online at TripleJFord.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Daniel, get ready. Something big is coming to your neighborhood. A brand new Coffee Less experience is almost here, bringing family fun, entertainment, and giveaways. Follow Coffee Less Guam on Facebook or Instagram for details. Something exciting is coming soon.
North and southbound on that intersection. Pretty very congested. I see nothing but red lines. And if you're coming off the Route 1, trying to get on Route 1, I believe that was King of San Antonio. We got something slow going traffic. Yeah. Let's go.
to go to, let's say, about 8. Oh my God. I could probably just put some more data. We have this coming off from Route 8, trying to connect to Route 10 or Route 16. We have to get northbound to get to the Suba and traffic there. Red line, on Route 10, trying to get into Route 8 or 16. There is some movement around. I see yellow, so that means it's building up. It's going southbound on Route 16 from that same intersection. Nothing but yellow. It's building up. All right. And that way, look at traffic, helping you move forward along with Guam Auto Spot. Don't forget, you can check them out on the website, GuamAutoSpot.com. Give them a call, 472. Send them on 471 Auto. Check out their inventory. The test drive at GuamAutoSpot.com. We're going to take a little break when we come back. We'll continue. BrightSide, right now, 105. Right after this. Today, I'm Quinter Joe, and I'm running for Senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Quinter Joe, and I approve this message.
Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home, which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Number FDIC.
Half a day, I'm Callan Harris and I'm running for Senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Harris and I approve this message.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be an opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Ready to talk about. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses Media Radio station. Wave 105. We got to lock on to the bright side of what Mr. Pauly Suba.
It's getting cloudy again, and I was looking out the window.
Yeah, the sun came out at peak sun. It's like, you guys okay? All right. I'll see you guys later.
5:20 in the afternoon. How about some good news?
Yes.
Thanks to Provisions Wine and Cheese, they serve fresh salads, delicious sandwiches, and authentic Roman-style pizzas. Provisions is open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Call Provisions at 671-633-9463. Place your order today or visit the website, provisionsguam.com. So some good news, man. In China went missing at the age of 4.
Okay.
And he was finally reunited with his family 25 years later.
Wow.
Yeah, and so after becoming separated from his relatives in a crowded city He spent years in foster care, later adopted by a family in Canada, and then never stopped wondering where he came from. In 2025, inspired by another reunion story, he began searching for his biological family. With help from volunteers and DNA testing, he finally found them. Earlier this year, he walked into his father's arms for the first time in 25 years. Wow. His father broke down in tears, and there was a welcome home banner that hung outside the family home awaiting for his arrival. The family celebrated with dumplings, a traditional symbol of reunion, and his son, who now speaks mostly English, learned one phrase that he wanted to tell his dad in Chinese. Dad, I love you. Wow. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, my heart is dropping right now.
It's great news, right?
And so, think about my daughter right now.
When I was looking into the story more, I'm like, I don't understand. You lost your child in a crowded city, and like, just go to the police. What happened? And so, there are millions of people in China.
Exactly. And that's probably the reason, you know, and then you got to think it's China, right? So,
well, there was, obviously a lot of the story has to be translated too when I want to really know what happened.
Yeah.
So there was worry that, human trafficking.
Yeah.
There was worry that they couldn't find him.
Yeah.
And he could be dead.
Yeah.
He could have been trafficked. So they never really gave up, but it's not that they weren't looking.
Yeah.
And we know this is true in America when kids lose their parents in a mall.
Yeah.
And they're looking around and they do get kidnapped. Right? And so it's just a great story to a very terrible situation.
It is. It kind of reminds me of a story. Aside from, the difference is this person didn't get lost. She was actually adopted. And this is my good friend who I used to work with. And she actually did a story on it because she was a reporter. It was Mindy Fothergill Uggen. I don't know if you saw
you know Mindy.
Yeah. So Mindy was adopted, right? And she's of Korean descent. And, she was adopted. She came to Guam. I believe her stepdad or her dad that adopted her was an airline pilot. And they came to Guam. She went to St. John's. And, she grew up. She had a good life. But she always had that curiosity of where did I come from? And so she did her research. And she recorded it. And she flew out to Korea and she met her mom. And the mom was just crying. I was watching it on KUAM, and I was like, wow, it was heartfelt. And now that you're talking about the story, I guess the difference is she wasn't lost, she was adopted. And that was the good story. I think she actually won an award for that. Well, I think it was like Edward R. Murrow for that. But no, it was a real great story, and it had a happy ending. And so now, she just pretty much, she has her family that she grew up with, and then she increased the membership of her family by finding her biological mother and the relatives that she has in Korea. So it was good. I like that. And man, kudos, 25 years is a long time with this guy. And so did he actually fly back to China?
Yeah.
Wow. Even better. Even more. Wow.
I mean, he's a grown man now, and it's an even sadder story too when you really look into it, because the family that adopted him in Canada, when he was 9 years old, they divorced and he went into foster care again. And I was like, what if you can't keep him? Like, what's going on here?
Normally,
why can't you have joint custody? This is your child. This is your adopted child.
Look at Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, right? They got married. They adopted a lot of the kids. And when they got divorced, they were fighting like, no, I want the kids. But eventually, Angelina Jolie won out on that. But they've adopted a child.
Yeah. I remember Paxton.
Yeah.
Paxton is one of her children.
Mm-hmm. And then I believe an Oriental child too as well. They have like probably 4 or so. But I mean, and so I'm like, okay, those guys didn't give up on their kids. You know, they raised them. You know, they're theirs, and you know, even if the divorce happened, they were still fighting for custody of the kids, which is good. You know, which is good.
5:26 in the afternoon. There's a number of things that we can touch on. Obviously, not so good news.
Okay, what's not good?
Well, you know, there's the concern with the airport and whatnot, and I think we touched on a lot of that. I think we'll get more updates tomorrow when they go back into session and figure out what they want to do, how they want to move forward with that one. Also, child care services and the child care development grant fund.
I've actually read something where I guess GMH had an emergency.
We don't know what it was for, though. So they had an emergency session.
Or a meeting, actually.
Yeah. And I'm not quite sure why.
And, I mean, are they going to come out?
They closed their doors to discuss a possible legal issue yesterday.
Okay, wow. What's the legal issue? They got to come on, man. It was like this executive session crap. You know, especially when, you know, you pump in millions of dollars in there and then, hey, we're going to close the doors, guys. No
I mean,
media,
it just leaves you to speculation, right?
Yeah.
What is happening? What is happening with patient safety, regulatory matters?
Yeah, and there is, you know, sometimes these meetings, they do have to be closed door. I mean, if it's patient privacy or whatnot.
Right.
But at the same time, you got to look at what's happening right now within the legislature. Everybody's clamoring right now for funding. You have the airport, you have GDB, you know, you have the child care, and I'm hoping that GMH doesn't come out saying they need more money. Now, the good thing, though, is that Chris DeWayne had come out and said GMH has been doing good.
They've been doing better.
Yeah.
However, obviously, they're still in debt.
Yeah. And there's talk about, you know, well, the $20 million that you give us, you know, we're going to have to come back, you know, for funding, for more funding. And Senator Chris would say, hey, look, we'll do our best to try to find it. But you guys are doing good. And so that's good on GMH. But this kind of, I'm like just waiting for the hammer to drop me. We need $50 million, you know, vendor payments and all that stuff. It's kind of like scary, especially now that all these agencies are coming out for, you know, for a bite of the pie. And you know, I don't know if we can sustain that because now it's not just tourism, it's not just healthcare with child care, it's the actual state of the hospital and all of that. You know, and then, you know, of course, the airport, you know, there's just so many things.
There was some really good stories that were coming out of GMH last week, right?
Okay,
the parking lot is almost done.
Okay.
Done, put some finishing touches on that.
Yeah.
They have an AI company that is assisting them. Technology. Whatever way to
I have a sour taste in my mouth
right now. Why?
I mean, because of all the, you know, controversy that's coming up from this AI program to help write bills and everything.
Oh,
right. So, you know, so I'm not, you know, until I see it and I, you know, and I actually look at it and say, okay, this is actually good. All right, go for it. But
a lot of these systems too, they are cheap or are free.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I think everybody was just shocked when they saw the price tag on the services that were being rendered to the legislature when you could just, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, and
you could just use Copilot.
I know that the power panel at GMH is 18 months from now. You know, they have a nice parking, but the power panel seems to be the lingering perennial problem that they have. And you know, with all the typhoons that we're receiving now, you know, I mean, you know, National Weather Service landed and said, hey, we're looking at the whole year, man, anything can happen. And the predictions, and he's been so far correct in his assessments, in his predictions about, we're going to probably have 7 more, probably going to have.
Well, we're already looking at 96W again, right? And so we're hearing, though, that it's, not going to affect us. It's becoming a tropical storm, right? Tracking northeast before curving north toward Japan.
Yeah.
But, we were at 90W, then we were at 99W within a week and a half, and we're back down to 90W, and then just today 96W. So there's a lot of action going on all in this area. El Nino is in full effect. And so that's something that we just know is going to be a part of our everyday conversation.
Yeah.
And so, talking to John Tavares earlier on in the show, we're all, we all are just counting our blessings and just hoping for the very best.
Yeah.
All we can do is prepare. I mean, I know that I say that we can't handle it, but the reality is we need to. We have no choice.
Yeah.
So, we just take care of each other. We be kinder. We be more respectful. We can do this together. We don't need to be, I feel like things are getting really tense.
It is. I mean, I don't know if that's
the pressure is on.
If that's a sign of things to come, but you can do it 2 ways. You can, especially when it comes to campaigning, right? You can get the pulse of the populace pretty much, right? Get their concerns and everything, or you can really rile everybody up, and just be that one person like, and just start pissing off a lot of people because a lot of things are just happening. So it really depends on the individual running. Do you want to run a positive campaign, or do you want to finger point as to why things aren't getting done? And those are the people. That is the person, and that is the person, and we're seeing that right now. We're seeing that.
We need to have some balance, right? I mean, cooler heads will prevail.
Always.
There's some very smart, talented people willing to work with each other. That's what we, as a community, as taxpayers, as citizens of this island, that's what we demand from our public servants.
Yeah.
Is work together for the betterment of this island, right?
I mean, when you look at what's going on,
communicate with each other.
When you look at what's going on with GW and this charter school thing, I caught some clips and everything, and I'm like, wow, I really do feel for the.
I feel for everybody. I feel for CIFA, but the GW teachers are correct.
Yes.
When they said, yes, but you have an obligation to, and we have an obligation to our students, and so they cannot take a back seat.
Yeah. Well, Senator Chris Barnett did go on the air and said publicly that CIFA officials went to GW and said, okay, where are the keys? And they were like, keys for what? They didn't even know. So this MOU, the staff and faculty of GW did not even know about this move from CIFA to GW. And that right there, that just...
From what I heard was, though, the principal did know, because the principal did walk the deputy superintendents around. And it was the principal that identified the vacant classrooms. So, I don't want to play this blame game because that's really what it's going to look like and sound like, right? And that's not what I want to do. But did the principal not notify? The principal was the one that conducted the walkthrough.
Yeah, but did he relay, that CIFA was going to come in to the faculty?
To the faculty, right? And so that's where there's some missteps there. But the principal is the administrator of this of this school. And again, I'm not trying to do this blame game, but if FIFA went to GDOE, who did GDOE go to? GDOE went to the principal. They did have a walkthrough. They did identify vacant rooms. And then it just got lost from there. It did not get communicated to the faculty and staff, ultimately to parents and teachers, and then a flyer was out from CIFA saying first day over at GW, and that's how they found it.
Yeah. Well, I would first off, full disclosure, I love Speaker Judy. Okay, great person and everything, but when she first came in, she said, "Hey, we're going to be transparent with everything that we do from here on in." And apparently, it wasn't transparent because people were just finding out about what's going on. We have a gentleman by the name of John that wants to jump on this. All right. Good afternoon, John.
Afternoon, John. Real quick before I forget, some of that good news that I was reading from that was happening from the hospital was the Guam Army National Guard.
Okay.
Has been doing a lot of good work over there at the hospital.
Kudos
to assist with them. So, yeah. We definitely want to show our appreciation to the Guam National Guard for all of their efforts.
They are awesome.
All right, John's on the line. How today, John?
Afternoon, my brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, my friend. Busy week. Time flying
Yes,
by.
sir.
Before we know
Yes,
it,
sir.
it'll be another Saturday. Just chilling.
I know. And then we got to deal with the back-to-school traffic woes come Monday. Anyways, man, I just wanted to chime in a little in regards because I caught on to your, with CIFA and GW.
Yeah.
So I just got a couple of questions.
Sure.
So I know CIFA is declared as a charter school, right?
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, that's always, I've been wanting to find out is that being a charter school and they're, with GovGuam and GDOE, is it necessary or a have to that GDOE has to, commit? Or is that something that,
Even the finance deputy said it's not a have to. It's
exactly.
a want.
I mean, it's just like a private school. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, we'll try to help you, but if we can't help you, you cannot, enter the mission, of the school, especially if they got everything all set and, ready and in play for the upcoming school year, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate because whether we want to or not, I mean, we indirectly are pitting these school communities against each other.
Yes. And, and I feel bad for the kids. I feel bad for the school because they're just bouncing around like a ball, man. I mean, but my thing is, though, I mean, CIFA's administration, too. I mean, you had the whole summer after the school got out. I mean, where were, was there any talks? Was there any planning?
We were just talking about that yesterday.
And GCC, too.
They wait to the last minute and say, oh, man, school's around the corner. Let's do something, I mean, it's all about proper planning, man. I mean, and only at the end of the day, it's the kids that are suffering this, and the parents, because now they have to adjust fire because we're going to another village. You know what I mean? They're going to be dealing with all this new traffic and all this transition, I mean, and GW will be hurting too because you're taking away their classroom for, these kids that are, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
and I don't even know if there's enough time for a proper orientation. So parents might have some anxiety as to whether their kids will be safe, middle school students, integrated with high school students, and they just want their questions to be answered. How are you going to keep my child safe? And I'm not saying that they're not going to be able to keep them safe, but you want that time before the first day of school so that you can have some peace of mind.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I hope they solve it. I mean, it's like a never-ending since this all started with them bouncing from different buildings, man. I mean, it's like a never-ending story,
Right? You're thinking that we've solved this and we can move on to some other issue, but unfortunately, it's
back to the same old issue again,
Yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah, and then I got another question on a different topic. I mean, back to GDOE, you did mention that, of course, they're trying, superintendent mentioned transparency, trying to be transparent and all that. So my thing is, though, 2 weeks ago, I believe, there was a headline she put out stating to the media that all 38 schools are good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Just yesterday, I was reading in the paper, FBOG is still waiting to get their inspection and to get passed. So I was like, how did you go from stating all schools are all good to go until now, they're pending, So where's the transparency there, man? That's...
Early on, when I actually was reading a report that's on the GDOE website before summer actually started, and it was overwhelming. The list of things that need to happen over at FBLG was pretty overwhelming. However, during that oversight hearing, it was their leadership, including Superintendent Wampat, that said they're confident that they can get it done. And so even the questions were being asked then and in the middle, the Guam Education Board is asking the question, are you sure? And they continue to get reassurance from leadership that, yes, they are opening on time.
It's a lot of misleading, and at the end of the day, it all goes down to the kids. They'll have, someone suffering it, man.
I feel you. Wouldn't it be strange if FIFA gets to start on time and FBLG doesn't?
Exactly. I mean, why? You got to take care of your own first before we take care of the outside. I mean, I'm not, discriminating anyone or any school, but you got to take care of your forefront first, man. That's the mission,
Yeah. I'm rooting for them all. I'm rooting for them all.
Yes, sir. And then I just got one more question, my friend. So I know they got that federal funding to start paving all these hideaway roads, I call it, in the villages.
Secondary.
So my question is, how what is the priority? Is it certain roads or whole villages, or are they gonna have enough funding to do the whole entire island? You know what I mean? With how it is, right? I know they started them down south.
Mm-hmm.
So what deters as to which roads are priority?
Well, we can try to find that out. Give Vince Ariola.
I know there's $20 million that was set aside from ARPA to do island-wide paving. And so, obviously, there have been...
I'll admit, my road to my place has been almost, 7 years or 6 years since I had it. Nothing has been done, and been calling in our mayor, DPW, but, always the same old answers I get. So that's the thing is, which is your priority? What roads are going to go first, second, third?
Well, the main roads, the main arteries, I assume, will be the priority. We see all the work that's happening over Route 10. But when they start going into those highways, I'm not 100% sure. What I do remember, when I was even driving down to see some of these the precincts down south, some of these paved roads, already the top layer was already coming off. Yeah. And those are fairly new.
They're going to end up blaming the rain, my friend.
Yeah, those are fairly new paved roads, and so it's one of those things too. Is like, okay, so you have this contract with this company won the contract and everything's looking good, and these guys are the ones that you usually work with, but is there any insurance policy on, are they going to repay?
Later on,
like what's the life expectancy? I understand these roads, there's going to be, wear and tear, and roads always have to get repaired, but, I mean, come on, 2 years? Really? The top layer is already off?
Unless, DPW saying, hey, just use that lower PSI and, you get something to do in 2 years.
I'm thinking that could be it.
Yeah, don't use this kind of rock. Use that other rock.
The cheaper one. So we can pave more roads, but then they don't last very long.
Exactly. So I just hope, man, that, with this new election coming up and whoever sits, I mean, everything goes as smooth and transparent and for the better for the island and the people, man, come next year. So.
Okay, so I'm looking at some of the information, the $21 million federal COVID relief money set aside for Village Repairs, it is Hawaiian Rock Products awarded for the paving contract, new asphalt, labor, road stripping, pavement markers, other paving-related work. DPW says it already has completed 65 village street projects worth $19.1 million, 29 federal highway projects worth $100 million. Nearly 100 roads have already been paved across Guam. Although the funding has been announced, village mayors say they have not been told which specific streets will be repaired or when. And that is a statement from the mayor's. That's a statement from the mayor's council president, Jesse Alley. Wow. Yeah.
So how did Manila Mayor get all the pavement all done, man, over to the back, down to the baseball field, to the back of the Meadowlark, his own brand new blacktop?
I think that's part of the main artery.
That's part of it, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I've seen that, but the thing is, though, they did that whole Route 10 strip, all brand new, but then this past week they've been cutting it up because I think they're putting some sensors or something like that. I'm not sure. Man.
Yes.
So that's hence why our roads are always doing that, because you pave it and then you got to cut it up again to do something.
Yeah. And then there's a water leak and cut it up some more, and then telecommunications forgot to put their lines under. There's no master plan. No master plan.
Yeah, I think they all got to get together and do time shot like how they do it in the military bases, man.
John,
and then once they,
I appreciate the phone call, friend. I got somebody else on the line.
Yes, sir. All right, my brother.
Thank
you have a good one.
Thank you. Becky, you're on the line.
Half a day. Hi, this is Vanji Cepeda.
Oh, hi, Vanji. Sorry, Vanji.
Yes, I am so good. I just want to clarify some facts with regards to what's going on, because everybody's emotional and territorial.
Okay.
And they seem to think that charter schools or CFA and charter schools is a private school. It's not. I want to clarify that CFA is a public school choice. That's the difference. So Guam and the general public need to understand that charter school is not a private school. It's free. The government pays for it. We fight for the money just like GDOE. And GDOE, we say the government, you want to be really, really technical, we say the government more. We utilize more for less money. Okay? And I need to say this with CFA. CFA, this is not a last-minute thing. CFA has been working with this. I guess when it's with procurement, we're not allowed to say anything. It's just the procurement process. And they've been meeting with the principal and the assistant principal of GW since the first week of July.
Since the first, I don't think it's an argument of whether CFA is public school or not. I think we understand that it is. The concern is coming from
I heard, so just so you know, because I've been listening to everybody, and I've heard a lot of people saying that, these are private school kids, and
they're not. The concern,
they're not. The demographics everywhere in GDOE is just like the charter school. The parents choose to put them in a school specifically for their child.
Sure.
And so I just needed to clarify that. Now, with FIFA, just know that there was 14 rooms that are being utilized for FIFA if FIFA was to go to GW. The management of GW made it very clear that out of 14 rooms, there were 9 or 8 rooms that were not utilized since last year. It was storage. So we're not taking away anyone's classroom. That probably needs to be cleared.
Right. So I remember when Frank Leongrell said on the record, right, when media was there, that they walked around with their principal and they identified vacant classrooms, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so
these classrooms were not only vacant, but they were utilized for storage. And we're going to pay with the money of $7,800 per student people to GDOE, on top of the money they're getting from that is allocated from the Guam legislature. We're going to pay them for this. So this extra money can go towards whatever they choose to do it. The classroom that's going to be utilized if CFA is with GW is going to be upgraded at the expense of CFA money that they use. that they're allotted.
I think
so we're not, I just don't appreciate it, and it hurts me to pin GDOE and charter schools when they serve the same population
Right.
that the kids on Guam.
Unfortunately, indirectly, it is happening, right? Because GW teachers are saying that their students are now being displaced. And, that's what they were concerned about yesterday,
That's
right?
why I want to make it clear that 8 of the rooms were used as storage, and this is confirmed. 8 out of the 13 rooms that was put aside for CIFA was storage, and we're going to upgrade that classroom. It's still going to be GW's classroom, but it's going to be upgraded, and if CIFA's so intention of staying there for 5 years.
This is
working something down.
Right. I think the concern too is have parents gotten the opportunity to voice their concerns about security? Also, CIFA parents, are they okay with being integrated with high school students? And have we vetted all of the safety precautions?
Well, you know what? Let me tell you this, Pauly. CIFA, I can only speak on my part as the leader for CIFA.
Yes, ma'am.
They've taken care of it. They were at GCC, which is a college. So they take care of this, and they will take care of this with GW if they're going into GW. And I think a lot of people's emotions are riding, and I understand and I respect them. But all I'm saying is look at the facts. Look at the facts before you speak. And I want to say to all the teachers at GW, we're not here stepping on anybody's toes, and we're not going to take anybody's classrooms away. Look at it this way. They're being rented out. They're going to be rented out. CTO is always saying there's lack of money, lack of funding, lack of this, we're going to help them with that. Everybody wins in the end. CIFA wins because they got a temporary school until their main goal is completed. And then you've got GDOE is going to get money from it. Then the classroom is upgraded. And once the classroom is upgraded, they'll be given that to GDOE at a tip-top shape that could be utilized for their school.
Angie, this is Ryan. This is Ryan Nicholas. I got a question.
Hi, Ryan.
Okay, has FIFA ever looked at vacant schools?
Chief Brody they were looking at Chief Brody, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but the problem was...
They went through the board 2 years ago. They went through the board. They went through all that, and the board was seemed at the time to be in full support of it. And then they came back to us and said, it's going to take all these all these other factors, blah, 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 the law is not fair, blah, blah, blah. And FIFA went through the process of legal counsel, went through the process of doing their homework. Because they can't come to the council and not come prepared. I am very plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. You got to have at least 5 plans before you come to see me about it. And that's just how I am. So I need to say FIFA did their homework.
Frank said that the ACs at Chief Brody were cannibalized and went to other schools, and that's why Chief Brody would not be available this school year for FIFA.
Correct. So they've looked at those options. That school is sitting there rotting. It's horrible. And so all I'm saying is let's collaborate. Because I think one thing that GDOE needs to learn is they need to collaborate. They need to partner and to work with, because we can help each other. That's just my mentality as a charter school leader, is that we can work with GDOE, and at the end, it's still their property. They're going to gain everything from the way we care for the school or the facility. So it breaks my heart to see that this is GDOE against, the crab mentality, climbing the crab. Everybody, the only one that doesn't benefit in this is the children of Guam. And the children, the 5,000 plus students that go to charter schools are children of Guam. The demographics are the same. And then you cannot penalize these parents for choosing them to put them at charter schools. You know, you can't. They have the same wants and needs as the kids that go to GDOE.
I really appreciate that you're very passionate, and I love that, right? And so the concern too from some people that were at that meeting is, why wasn't SIFA invited? Why weren't you invited? Why do they have to have different conversations at different times?
Okay, then that's something you need to ask the leadership of GDOE. Okay, because if you're coming to the council and you're going to utilize one of our facilities, I will bet top dollar that I will call all partnerships to the table and everybody will be notified like a public hearing. Unfortunately, my public hearing tonight for the charter for Career Tech is from 5:30 to 6:30, and I'm not able to go because I'm under the weather. But unfortunately, I listened to you, Pauly, and I was just, getting all these feedback, and so I said, let me call. But our public hearings are publicized, and we mandate that it's posted at the mayors of their location and posted at different schools and at the school site so everybody's fully aware. So that's something that maybe, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but that's something maybe you need to ask the leadership of GDOE or the people that make this happen. I'm here to say that if SIFA goes to see GW and they're only there for a year, the classrooms will be left there. 13 classrooms will be left there like brand new because SIFA will repair and upgrade, renovate, whatever's necessary for these classes to be standardized according to SIFA.
Thank you so much, Vanjie. Is there anything else that you want to share?
Yeah, I want to share that people need to calm down. Where nobody's taking anybody's school over. I respect GW, the teachers, the faculty, and everybody. Nobody's taking the school away. And in the newspaper when Attorney Daniel Summerfleck, I love him because he fights for the special needs kids. But SIFA has special needs kids too. We serve that population, so nobody's being neglected. Okay, so I need to say this, that we don't care about SIFA. Shame on him for saying that. SIFA are students that have children with disabilities. And for them to say that he's a guardian, a public guardian, or a division of special ed, or special needs kids, then you need to look at the facts. And SIFA has children with disabilities. So, let's be better adults and be a better community and be, include everybody, inclusive. Inclusiveness, not charters against GDOE. This is so sickening to have to hear this, because it's not. And unfortunately, the charter schools have a different mandate than the GDOE, but the charter schools too, their mandate is a lot. They have to meet these mandates every single year. And so my job is just to make sure that they're in compliance with the law and they're doing what is necessary. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much.
For all parties concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you both for hearing me out, and I'm sorry I probably taken up the time, but I just
not at all.
To be said.
Not at all.
Get their homework.
Call in as many times as you want, especially when you need to share the information that is factual. For sure, that's what we want.
Yes, and again, charter schools. The 7 charter schools are not private schools.
Right.
They are public schools who get less money, but we work more innovatively and creatively to let it work with less money that we are given. And that's a true statement that needs to be said. So if people are into the money game, we're saving the government of Guam money. Okay? We're saving the government of Guam money because we're using far less with the money we have. And a lot of people at the charter schools wear 10 hats. So you have, for example, a school administrator, school principal, that is a janitor, that is a teacher, and still the school principal, that is a one-on-one school aide. I mean, really, they wear many hats. And the great thing about that is they don't have a union, I guess, which works fine. Doesn't have a union where you cannot say, they can't do this. And people have been asking, well, why is it the government of Guam, you have 10 people to watch and look down a hole? Well, you don't get it in the charter schools because you have one person looking down that hole and trying to fix that problem and
I appreciate the phone call.
Thank you, Pauly,
Okay.
and thank you both so much
All right.
for hearing me out. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well.
Thank you.
6:01 in the evening. We do got to get out of here. Let me just share this. This came through. People forget that GDOE is not just a district level agency, but also a state level agency. They have a responsibility to all schools. Not saying it's wrong or right with what's happening in GW and SEPA, but that fact needs to be understood. Yeah, I hope that one day we just have one conversation then. If they're both public school systems, then let them have the same standards then. And then they can all have the same amount of money per pupil. And so why does one system have to be held to certain mandates and another? If they're all public schools, then one mandate. But we'll leave that. That's a whole nother conversation. And I just didn't want it to go a whole nother hour because Ryan doesn't get paid overtime.
Yeah, man.
He's 2 minutes in working for free right now.
Exactly.
So
I got taxes to
we're
pay.
going to get out of here. Don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow mornings with Patty, rolling with Dice. National programming gets you another bright side with Ryan and I, whether it's bright outside or not. We'll be here tomorrow, so we can't wait to continue the conversation once again. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially on those roads. Adjust. Peace.